Do we have a lot of people signed up to speak?
About 25.
I asked if either Mark Levine or Eric Botcher would come to
Great.
talk about city council votes. No, neither one of them is coming. Sean Jean-Louis gave me a message in the event he isn't able to come or to stay about where people could send letters of complaint about the school budget, etc. And Eric's office just sent me his statement that he made yesterday. So he voted for the budget. So.
Oh, the 101 billion. That's a big budget.
I mean, his comments include like criticizing the fact that it cut so much from education, but he still voted for it, as did Gil Brewer. So.
Okay.
Anyways.
Hi, Sunny. I made you a co-host just now. Welcome, Kelly. You should also be a co-host.
Thanks, Ben.
Got it. Thank you.
And we'll be letting in people momentarily, except council members will come. We are live streaming for, not yet recorded, but we're live streaming.
Ben, quick question. Are we able to get a downloaded copy of this as well?
Transcripts, no.
But even like a download of the video or the audio?
Yeah, oh yeah. It'll be on YouTube.
Okay.
But if you're not able to download that, let me know.
Okay, thanks.
I'll see what I can do. Chanel, do you know who the 3 speakers are for? If you can find that out, because we have to make them co-hosts for the nutrition presentation.
You got it.
I don't want to miss them. I know one of them is Lauren, but I have her first name. And if you can just send it to me, your text or chat. Okay, so 6:28. Just waiting for more council members. Hopefully we'll have a quorum tonight. It's getting late in the school year. I hope no one's getting council memberitis. Senioritis. Don't all laugh. It's okay. So
I was laughing. I was just muted.
I have a daughter who 2 days left of school because of Regents Week. Seniors don't have regents. So. Oh, Len Silverman's here. Where's okay? I have to make Robin Broshi and Len co-hosts. Yes. Okay. I don't see anybody else. All right, so I'm gonna hit record and then let everybody in. Okay, hi Janie. All right, so we're recording and okay, middle 6:30. Welcome everyone to CECD2's June calendar meeting. We'll be starting momentarily. Just waiting for a few more council members. Again, we'll be starting in another minute or two. And welcome to CECD2. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and it's being streamed on our YouTube channel as well. All right. I think a few more council members are joining at the moment. Okay. All right. We have a quorum here. We have more than 6 council members. Let me just make sure. All right. Welcome again, everybody, to our June calendar meeting for 2022. We're glad you can make it tonight on this beautiful summer, well, almost summer evening. Another few days will be summer. And we know that there are a lot of important issues, and hopefully we'll get to hear from many in our community today, from school safety to high school admissions to school funds. So we know that everyone, I know many want to participate. That said, if you haven't signed up for a public speaking session, I'm going to put the link right now. We'll have 2 public speaking sessions. And so if you'd like to speak for 2 minutes in the first one or the second one, or both, you can do that right now with the link in our chat. Before we go further, I would like to Lim Fung Sim, our council member. Councilmember Janey, can you please take roll call?
Yes, okay. I'm taking roll call for the calendar meeting. Robin Broshi. Here. Kasha Das.
Here.
Daniela. Here. Lupe Hernandez.
Here.
Robin Kelleher.
Here.
Chen Kwok.
Here.
Benjamin Morton.
Here.
Ushma Neal.
Here.
Lim Fong Sim is here. Leonard Silverman.
Here.
Lily Wu.
I don't see her yet.
Gabriela Calabia.
Don't see her yet as well.
No worries. Well, we have enough people for quorum.
Yep. Okay.
Shoes off, shower.
All right. I'll just submit some more people here. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is if a Councilmember Das or Councilmember Janey, if you want to discuss the chat rules and or the just rules of decorum for the meeting.
Kush, can you bring up the chat rules? Because
I'm trying to restore our previous version. They got overwritten when we did the Admissions and Diversity Committee meeting. Bear with me a moment. Could we maybe move on to the next topic and then get back to this so I can just restore an older version?
Well, we will be going then on to presentations, but I'd like to open
Actually,
up
hold
the
on,
chat.
bear with me. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I got it. Sharing my screen. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Proposed chat, they're not proposed, but rules for chat and calendar meetings. Chat rules will be posted at the start of the meeting and voted upon for approval. We've already voted on them in the past. Only hosts and co-hosts will get unrestricted chat. All the other participants will be allowed to post to everyone or individually to hosts and co-hosts, namely the council. No participant-to-participant chats will be allowed. Participant to everyone chat will be disabled during public speaking sessions and will be disabled during superintendent's report. All participants will show respect in the chat. Council members, when communicating with the public, will endeavor to post only factual information to everyone, or in rare cases directly to participants, will not engage in arguments directly with participants publicly or privately. An overseeing committee of 3 individuals, myself, Robin, and Lupe, monitor chat via text group. Profane language results in immediate expulsion. If other language or behavior is deemed inappropriate by 2 of the 3 supervising committee members, a first bad act will result in a 5-minute cooling off session for all, a second, a 10-minute cooling off session, and a third, chat will be turned off for the remainder of the meeting. And this is, point 8 is no longer relevant. Please excuse restoring a previous version. I will try to post this in the chat, but I had trouble last time. If Robin can you open this document? I'll send it to you. And if you can open it and post it in the chat, that'd be great. I'm done. I don't think we should wait for that.
Okay, well, you could do that later as well.
Callie, you did not do what I said. Neither one of you. Their shoes.
Kaushik, I'm not seeing it where you sent it to me.
I found it. I'll do it.
Okay, thanks, Sushma.
Kush, you're muted. All right. Okay, the next item on the agenda is our third item is presentation of resolutions. Yes?
I have to make a motion to add one of the resolutions. Does that happen now, or does it have to do after we present the 2 that we already have on the agenda?
Oh, you have to make a motion to add it to the agenda.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to add resolution 201 to the agenda. It was distributed to all the council members yesterday. It was added to the website 24 hours before, as per state law, and it has 3 sponsors, and it is in the public documents as well.
I second it.
Second.
Okay, so we're
Okay.
going to go for a vote to motion to add 201 to the agenda. Robin Borshi.
No discussion?
Yeah, it's open to discussion. What would you like to discuss? It's the discussion of adding to the agenda, not the resolution itself.
Correct. I just wanted to point out an email that was sent to us by Leonie, and it was noted that it was put on our website for public documents. However, our website actually did not have any of these links. So if you look at our website, the agenda is not there. It's it's not available. None of the resolutions nor the public document was available.
They
The
actually
only availability to these documents were via the emails that we sent out to
I disagree.
those that are
I disagree. I
subscribed to
clicked on the links. I
CECD2.
went to the website, clicked on the links, and made sure that was available at
It was at one
6:29.
point, right? No, you didn't let me finish. I apologize. It was there shortly after you emailed. It was not there all day today.
That's impossible because
As
I've
of
been
right
clicking.
now.
I've been clicking the links earlier.
From the email, right? It works from the email.
Can I just
Correct.
say something on Lupe? Your microphone is kind of glitching.
It's the internet, and I apologize. I don't have the best internet.
I respectfully disagree. I've sent the link to many people who were able to get it in. I've checked it several times myself. I just opened it from the link myself earlier today.
I just wanted to put that on the record. It just,
okay.
it's
You just
not,
also just
not
admitted you
available.
have not the best internet, so perhaps the problem is on your side.
No. I had people calling, and even Leonie had mentioned in the email, it's not available via the website. So she does not get the email from us. I had to forward the email, which had the working link available. Just putting that out.
All right. Well, there's some
Part
hands
of
up.
discussion, Kosh. I'm not here to argue with you.
There's some hands up, Councilmember Oshman Neal. But before we go to you, Councilmember Oshman Neal, I believe there's some hands up from our community here, Edwardton Lau and Sheelan. After this presentations, we will have a public speaking session. Until public speaking session is, we won't be calling on. Or is this in regards to? Is this a different issue?
Then we can't entertain.
Yeah. Okay. I was thinking it might be something else, but okay, Councilmember Neal.
Thank you. I would also just like to draw attention to the fact that we did get a message that listed a number of factual inaccuracies in the resolution. So if it is still being presented as is, I will not be voting to move forward with this resolution and will likely also not vote for it. I was able to access it on our website and through the various notices, and just saying out loud that the two people who had their hand raised are our Mandarin interpreters.
Yeah.
But I see that somebody just put that in the chat as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if we could make those announcements.
I'm making them co-hosts. Yep. Edward Tinlao, you're a co-host now, and so is Sheila. You're a co-host as well.
Can they make their announcements right now?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Edward, or would you like to speak? And then.
Sorry, one last thing. Can you enable closed captioning, since we do not have a sign language interpreter, and allow that as an option for those who are hard of hearing? If that's possible for you to do.
I don't think we have that option, but you can do closed captioning via the YouTube channel. Or Sheila, or did you want to talk, or here you can unmute yourself, Ed.
Hi, so I'm also the one of the interpreters here, same with Edward. I don't know if we're gonna do it however you guys want to do it. I mean, like,
well, I know I don't know if Councilmember Lily Wu is in yet, so.
got it. Oh, well,
Lily's here. Lily's on.
Oh, she is. Oh, yeah, there she is. I'll make her a co-host. 1 second.
She's on, and she's on the phone line, so we're just
okay.
looking for her.
Okay, she's you have her on the phone line. Okay, great. So you're all good.
Well, I wasn't given the information of the phone line, so I'm just gonna call in whatever the number that Edward has sent out. I believe this is the first time I'm working with this CEC in particular, so I'm just gonna make the phone call to that phone line then. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, boy.
Can you just announce to the audience in Mandarin?
Yes, I will do that right now. 哎，大家好，你好。我们这次呢，就是我们的CEC 的会议。然后呢，我们如果您需要任何的国语翻译的话呢，我们这边都有一个电话号码。在打入这个电话号码347-966-4114之后呢，输入密码273-343-940井号，然后这就会让我们可以通过电话里面的中文翻译为您翻译。再说一次，如果你们需要中文翻译的话呢，电话号码是347-966-4114，输入密码273-343-940井号。这些号码呢也在我们的聊天框里面，你如果不记得的话，也可以去聊天框里面去看，好吗？谢谢。
Thank you very much. All right, so unless there are any other council member comments regarding adding resolution 201 to the agenda, the working draft of it. Janie, you have your hand up.
I just have an admin thing. When you have a moment, can you turn off only authenticate users so I can add the blue sky timer? They changed the provisioning rights in Zoom, so I can't do it as a co-host. I used to be able to do it as a co-host, only the host can make that change. And then once blue sky is added, you can turn it back on.
How about you just, why don't we just make you host?
Okay, then make me host and I'll do it.
And then you have to make me co-host on that.
Okay.
I do apologize. Is there any way you can make Sheilin, the other Sheilin, which is the one that's not co-host yet?
Janie will have to do that.
Thank you very much.
And Janie, you'll have to make me co-host as well.
And can you make my second account co-host on my phone?
Mine as well, Janie, whenever you have a chance. Thank you.
Yeah, Janie, I'm going to be dialing in later as well. I'm switching back and forth.
All right, sorry for all the technical issues. And when you're ready, Janie, if we can do the timer can go on in a few minutes at the public speaking session. So.
I'm sorry, are we doing the vote?
Yeah.
Okay, motion to add resolution 201 to the agenda. Robin Broshi? No. Kaushik Das?
Yes.
Daniela Souza Igorov?
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez?
No.
Robin Kelleher?
Yes.
Chen Kwok?
Yes.
Benjamin Morton?
Yes.
Ushma Neal?
No.
Limpong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman?
Yes.
Lily Wu?
Yes.
Gabriela Calabia?
Not it.
Okay, so we have 8 yeses. So motion is passed.
All right, thank you. So now we will be doing the presentation of the resolutions, and then we'll go into our program presentations, which after that, we're having 2 presentations, federal stimulus funding and nutrition services, both from the DOE, and then we'll have our first public speaking session. Which sponsor for 199, Robin Kelleher, will you be presenting? Sure.
Yes, I will be presenting resolution 199. This is a resolution to improve school safety. I think this comes with little need for introduction, but in light of Uvalde and other incidents around the country and the escalation of gun violence within our city and all around, we have several whereas, which I'd like to read. Whereas NYC School Chancellor David Banks said the school system was considering locking building doors after children have arrived for the day. We feel the time is now to begin locking doors. We believe there are other situations, low-hanging fruit, which can be done to improve safety for all children and all New York City public schools. Here, we're talking about District 2. We're requesting over a time period, shortest being audit at the end of the school year to check on safety system at each school, whether or not the school doors lock, whether or not school safety agents have been returned to the level pre-pandemic. We're requesting that schools eventually start to phase in panic buttons. We're requesting that schools use a system that some schools already use that allows students to, in real time, use like a fob system so that parents know when their student has entered the school and when they have left and where they might be. Same is true for the GPS system on buses. That was meant to have started last year. It didn't happen, but the technology is there, and it's time that we start using it because, as we all feel and know, safety should be paramount. It should be nonpartisan, and we need to protect our children. So this resolution has come from families, from students, from faculty, from pretty much everyone I speak to these days mentions safety as one of their top concerns at public schools in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kelleher. Now, Resolution 200, Kaushik Das, Councilmember Das, will you be presenting that one?
Yes. I can jump back and forth a little bit from the whereas to the therefores, but brief for introduction. Whereas the mayoral control bill was finally reviewed, legislative session was ending, with drastic changes to the structure of the Panel for Educational Policy, otherwise known as the PEP, the body that wields the mayor's decisions on education. Whereas the versions of legislation that passed Senate and Assembly, sponsored by New York Senator and New York City Education Chair John Liu and New York Assemblyman and New York State Education Chair Michael Benedetto, claims to increase parent representation on the PEP by adding 4 mayoral appointed seats and 4 additional elected seats for parent representation. But at currently 15 members, we already have a large and bureaucratic PEP, which has already been alluded to directly and indirectly by Chancellor David Banks. CECD2 believes will have a more unwieldy 23-member PEP. Whereas this bill is being touted as a win for parents, CECD2 believes this is a deeply flawed plan that continues to disenfranchise a large swath of New York City's public school parents. I can jump to the end for a moment and then come back to some of the details. We request that CECD2 strongly urges Governor Kathy Hochul to veto the bill to extend mayoral control until, in particular, the lack of true representation for all parents and for high school families in particular is addressed. Therefore, be it resolved that CECD2 suggests Governor Kathy Hochul draft a chapter amendment and/or New York City Education Chair John Liu, the State Senate, and the State Assembly amend the mayoral control bills in the following manner. By removing the voting of PEP members by CEC presidents and replace it with a citywide popular parent vote, similar to the CEC elections administered by the DOE. That the mayor and borough presidents should not have limitations to fire any appointees serving at their pleasure. The comptroller should not have a seat on the PEP, and Mayor Adams should have a 4-year mayoral extension, not 2. CEC also urges the DOE to work with the State Senate and extend the 2021 CEC election process to the PEP elections so that every parent has a chance to elect a representative. They suggest the following adjustments. No nomination committee, no CEC president's vote, all eligible candidates declare and run with a direct parent popular vote by borough, I should add. While CEC experience may be helpful, any parent with a child in the system pre-K through 12 should be eligible to run as per the Chancellor's regs, and this should be made public and widely known. A restriction for borough may be warranted, however, similar to borough president appointees, since we will be voting by borough. As voting will be by borough, not district, voting should be extended to all parents and legal guardians and not per child, not by child. to be more in line with voting at both the local school level, for example, the PTA, as well as broader elections, such as for borough president or any other elected officials. Therefore, each parent and legal guardian should get one vote per parent, and as well as one vote instead of 3, as we got in CEC elections, where we were electing 9 seats. In this case, we're electing just 1 by borough. And the DOE should notify all parents of the process and eligibility widely. Just to go back to some of the details, and I think it is relevant to spend some time on this, because I don't think parents know what they've gotten. This bill continues to leave out 1/3 of New York City students with no representation, specifically the 300 who are currently represented by the CCHS. They would continue to have no representation at the PEP under the current bill. Whereas under current state law and interpretation by the Chancellor's regs, the presidents of CECs, which represent pre-K through 8 families in 32 New York City school districts, voted for this one representative in the past. Last year, when CEC presidents were elected, their primary responsibility was to act as chair of meetings. They did not have the mandate to vote for a PP representative or other powers that have been bestowed upon them recently by the DOE. Whereas under the proposed bill, these same 32 presidents would vote for the 5 representatives. What parents may not realize that in many of these districts are much smaller than their counterparts, yet have equal voice. In particular, our district, District 2, has 57,000 students geographically, which is 3 to 6 times as large as each of our other districts in Manhattan. And by the way, these numbers are coming from New York State of Education. Whereas in the past, many of these CEC presidents, or this past election, were elected by fewer than 100 parents, and that's less than 1% of their district families. In particular, in Manhattan, CEC District 1, Naomi Pena was the number 4 vote getter, yet with just 120 votes, but she's now the council president. Former CECD4 President Kalir Salas had only 71 votes. This compares to our district, where Ben Morden, and our neighboring district, District 3, where Ben Morden and Lucas Liu received 824 votes and 710 votes, more than 5 to 10 times as much. The situation is even worse in other boroughs. CEC President, 16 President Naquan McLean had only 91 votes, and District 17 President got only 56 votes, compared to CEC District 20 President Steve Stowe's 883 votes, and CCHS's President Karen Wang's 574. Whereas some of these lowest vote getters make up an incredibly large supermajority of the nomination committee in 2020 and in 2022, possibly due to their affiliation with ECC, an advocacy organization which no official standing with the DOE. Whereas the current proposed system is designed to amplify the voices of a few while silencing others, further disenfranchising New York City public school families. Whereas there is an alternative mechanism where parents can vote directly, specifically the elections which voted all of us and other CECs in. Whereas the new bill also limits the ability for the mayor to remove his PEP appointees, which duly reduces, not increases parent voice. Many voters voted Mayor Adams on this platform, on his education platform, and his appointees should serve at his discretion. Whereas CECD2 believes that the comptroller has no place in the PEP, even if non-voting. There's a fear that the comptrollers, current and future, may misuse the PEP as a bully pulpit to campaign for re-election and push personal ideology and further contribute to dysfunction. Whereas previous mayors, Bloomberg and de Blasio, received mayoral extensions in 4-year increments. Meanwhile, our current mayor, who selected a highly qualified chancellor, has been given only a 2-year extension. There are Black leaders, including Mayor Adams himself, who have pointed to this as a possibly racist policy, possibly even systemically racist. And that's the additional background for our recommendations.
Thank you, Councilmember Doss. You can unshare the screen.
I might as well stay. We got the next
one. You want to present Resolution 201, yeah.
Unless Chen wants to do it. I think that was a no for
I'll
me.
defer to you, Councilmember Coffey Doss.
I'll start at least. If you want to jump in, feel free. So whereas the class size matters bill was finally revealed last minute Memorial Day, just 3 days before this year's legislative session was ending, tacked on to the mayoral control bill that I just mentioned. Same thing, this version was passed the Senate and Assembly with same sponsors, and it proposed capping kindergarten through 3rd grade classes at 20 students, 4th through 8th grade classes at 23 students, and high school classes at 25 students. Whereas while on the surface, this is being touted as remaking public schools to resemble private schools, which may seem like a worthwhile populist plan, details from research scientists, educators, financial experts, and associated plaintiffs that a class reduction plan is unsustainable, has negative consequences, does not address immediate education needs, and may bankrupt either New York City or New York State or both. Jump to the resolves. The resolves, we urge that Governor Kathy Hochul veto this class size bill to allow New York City to invest instead in our teachers, quality curriculum, extracurricular programming, mental health, and special education support. We urge that Governor Kathy Hochul listen to parents, educators, research scientists, financial experts, and the NYSCR plaintiffs. At CECD2 urges Governor Kathy Hochul to work with Mayor Eric Adams and Chancellor Banks to deliver a long-term plan that benefits and sustains the education needs of all our children. Back to some of the details. We believe this class size bill has many issues, not the least of which is the fact that many high schools, particularly in Manhattan and Queens, are already overcrowded and do not have the physical space to implement it. Most importantly, meaning they don't have the physical space to add more classrooms. Most importantly, this initiative will come at the expense of vital programs that our high school students want. We believe that it'll harm New York City families and students, not help them. 58% of New York City classrooms already meet this mandate, but mostly in low-income and under-enrolled schools. Instead, the higher in class sizes are in growing communities and popular programs. This doesn't affect there's no physical space to have more classrooms in these places. If there is no space, will the mandate force kids into trailers, rezone the schools, or bus kids into school that have space, all of which harmful to our students? The most in-demand schools and programs also have higher classes sizes, gifted and talented, specialized high schools, and AP classes. CECD2 does not support capping or limiting enrollment in these popular and necessary opportunities for accelerated education. Imposing mandates will limit access to local schools and in-demand programs. There's a swath of research and that supports that outcomes are not academic outcomes are not improved by simply reducing class sizes. There's a few different factors here. This I won't go through each detail. I would say educators have pointed out that class size reduction measures come as the average average number of students in New York City classrooms has already dwindled since the start of the pandemic. K-12 enrollment falling by 120,000 in the last 5 years and a whopping 300,000 students since the start of the millennium. District 2 in particular has lost at least 4,000 students in the past 2 years, from 27,000 to 23,000. District 2 is a high-performing school district already, so it is not known how class size reduction will benefit student outcomes, which exceed district outcomes throughout the city and state. Class size reductions will have negative consequences in District 2 by further reducing enrollment in high-performing and high-demand schools. The result will be significant reduced access to these schools. District 2 is already suffering from a lack of continuing on these schools to attend due to neither not having district nor borough priority. The high school lottery admissions process has been a disaster for 2 consecutive years, with many students not receiving any of their 12 choices. Further admissions limitations will ensure an exodus of District 2 families from DOE schools by a more affluent population of tax-paying families, thereby undermining tax revenue collections in the future. John Liu has said that this is funded, but we believe that this is not the case. John Liu is not a plaintiff in the lawsuit. The plaintiffs for the original campaign for physical education lawsuit have not been consulted on how the monies have been spent, and more importantly, the more current case, NYSCR, plaintiffs were also not consulted. These plaintiffs will include Mona Davids, Sam Pizzolo, Sonia Jones, the New York State Board Association, and several CECs, including CEC District 2, our district. I'll leave it there and we'll continue. But I will add that it adds to an already budget crunch that we will be hearing from in a probably in regards to the one of the presentations we'll have later today. Chen, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I would stress the fact that this already in the SLTs, they're talking about the DOE is projecting reduced enrollment and a shortfall for funding for programs and teachers at schools like Clinton and other schools. It's going to have a serious impact already, and it's going to make it worse with forced reduced class sizes for these programs. They're going to lose teachers, won't justify it. And there are classes, there's schools where there are people who don't want to go as it is. I don't think adding teachers there will help because it's not a high demand. Those are not high demand schools to begin with. If you improve the education quality, and adding programs, those are the things that will help more so than an expensive, unfunded bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Members Doss and Kwok. If I think that's it for the presentation on the resolutions. Now we'll do the presentation, the program presentations. Our first one is regarding your 20 federal 4E presentation. And I believe both the superintendent, Kelly McGuire, and Sunny, I don't see you. You'll have to unmute yourselves.
I'm here.
Okay, if you can introduce yourself and take it away. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm going to just share my screen. Is everybody able to see the screen? You can give me a quick thumbs up.
It's all good.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Sunny Asra. I am the Senior Grants Officer for Manhattan. And we're here tonight. First off, thank you for allowing me some time and space to present. Tonight, we're going to discuss some of the supplemental funding streams that we want to specifically make sure we collect public feedback about. The funding streams are the C4E Contracts for Excellence funding, which is a state funding stream, as well as the federal stimulus funding. So, Contracts for Excellence, also known as C4E, so I may use C4E interchangeably, is a state funding stream which has existed since the school year 07-08. Approximately $531 million in New York City school funding is subject to the requirements of C4E. The New York State Commissioner of Education has set the amount of C4E funding at $531 million annually since school year 11-12. C4E is a subset of the total state foundation aid amount allocated to New York City. Foundation aid is New York State's primary funding stream to school districts. Unlike foundation aid, C4E may only be spent for certain purposes and is subject to additional allocation requirements and monitorings as set forth in the C4E legislation and the New York State Education Commissioner's regulations. Sorry. The requirements. C4E funds must be distributed to schools that meet certain requirements and must be spent by those schools in designated program areas as set forth in the Contract for Excellence legislation. Funds must support any of the following specific program initiatives: teacher and principal quality initiatives, full-day pre-K programs, model programs for English language learners, middle and high school restructuring, class size reduction, time on task. Schools should use these funds to meet their overall educational goals as outlined in the school comprehensive educational plan. Funding is allocated to schools based on needs weights published by the New York State Department of Education that account for the number of students in the following categories attending schools: English language learners, students in poverty, students with disabilities, students with low academic achievement or at risk of not graduating. The breakdown. Of the 531 million subject to C4E, $183 million is unrestricted. Since 2007-2008, this funding has been used to support fair student funding. Were this funding to be used for another purpose, the DOE would not be able to continue funding all schools at 100%. The remaining 348 million must be used for the specific purposes set forth in the law. And these are the items I just mentioned on the previous slide. As the amount of C4E funding has been unchanged since school year 2011-2012, New York City uses this funding for the most part to maintain existing programming. Reallocation of these funds to other purposes without an increase in funding will reduce amounts allocated to existing programs. The proposed allocation of the restricted funds, discretionary, 214 million or 61% of restricted C4E funds are released to 1,400 plus schools in late spring. These funds may be used by these schools for any allowable purpose under C4E. The allocation methodology, how much funding goes into each school, is set under the C4E legislation, where funding must go to our neediest schools as determined by needs weights provided by the New York State Education Department. Principals will work with their school leadership teams to plan the use of this funding for school year 22-23. They may choose to change the use of the funding or to maintain existing staffing positions or programs that were funded in school year 21-22. Targeted and maintenance of effort, 134 million or 39% of the restricted funds will be targeted for specific programs and will maintain these existing programs. Schools receiving allocations were chosen based on A, overall student need, and B, capacity to carry out the specific program. And I'll just name this 90.7 million for integrated co-teaching classrooms, 30 million summer programming, maintenance of effort, 9 million full day pre-K, 4.7 million autism spectrum disorder classrooms. Something unique that the DOE did this year was we're providing you with the allocation of funds specific to District 2. So for discretionary, you'll see that the allocation amount is 7.4 million, targeted 6.8 million, targeted, which schools must spend on ICT, 6.8 million, targeted pre-K, 0.1, summer programming, maintenance of effort, 2.1, and the total here is going to be an investment of 16.4 million. Just going to take a break here for a sip of water. The timing of the C4E engagement, the way in which schools utilize C4E funds is subject to consultation with stakeholders. This is achieved through public engagement at each district CEC and at borough hearings, as well as public comments submitted to the DOE. In alignment with the Chancellor's deep commitment to public engagement, the DOE is meeting with stakeholders months earlier than in prior years. It is my understanding that in the past, this presentation would be happening sometime in September or October. So we're doing this much earlier this year to enlist as much input as possible. Feedback is collected from this public process and considered in planning funding utilization. For school year 22-23, the DOE will complete CEC engagement by the end of June and plans to hold a public hearing in each borough on the citywide C4E plan during the month of June. And those dates are posted on that website there, which I'll read out: infohub.nyced.org/reports/financial/contracts-4-excellence. Public comments. We will take public feedback into account in the coming weeks as we continue to develop a citywide C4E plan. The deadline for submitting public comments is July 5th. The public may comment on any aspect of the plan, including how schools should spend their discretionary funds within the 6 allowable program areas, how the DOE is allocating the targeted contracts for excellence funds to schools, and you can also make a comment on the public comment process. Educators, parents, and all other members of the New York City community may submit their comments by email to contracts4excellence@schools.nyc.gov. And how schools schedule their C4E funding will be posted to our website in the coming months. And now I'm going to shift over to stimulus funding. Stimulus funding for education. The DOE school year 22-23 budget includes $1.8 billion of stimulus funding, primarily from the following two revenue streams: the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, which we call CERSA, which was enacted in December 2020. The DOE received a total of $2 billion from CERSA, which can support activities from school year 2021-22 through September 23. The second stream was the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, which was enacted March 2021. 20% of ARPA funding must be used to address learning loss, defined as the academic impact of lost instructional time and with a focus on high need students. The DOE received a total of $4.8 billion from ARPA, which can support activities from school year 21-22 through September 2024. As part of the executive budget in April, Mayor Adams and Chancellor Banks announced their plan for stimulus funding. Major new initiatives directly supporting school budgets in 22-23 school year include $176 million in additional funding on top of an existing $60 million investment to support Summer Rising, the city's expanded summer program that will connect 110,000 elementary and middle school students to fun, culturally relevant, hands-on experiences to strengthen their academic, social, and emotional skills. Summer Rising also provides programs to 100,000 high school students participating in a variety of different activities, including summer youth employment options. 160 million will direct to school budgets to support schools with enrollment declines. This $160 million investment will ensure budget stability for schools which have seen pandemic-related enrollment fluctuations. As part of the executive budget, other new priorities include $49 million for contracted school nurses to continue to provide nursing at all DOE school buildings, $33 million to expand career pathways programming, $11 million to expand bilingual educational classes and supports, $11 million to expand parent engagement and translation and interpretation services, $10 million for new digital teaching and learning experiences, $9 million for CBO provided violence interruption activities in high need schools, $7 million to expand literacy and dyslexia programming, and $2 million to expand gifted and talented programming. Over $1 billion of the stimulus in FY23 will directly support school budgets, in addition to the $236 million new investments in Summer Rising and the $160 million supporting schools facing enrollment declines. The DOE is continuing the following investments in school budgets: $456 million for 3K expansion. This includes 3K provided by DOE schools as well as CBOs, $225 million to support academic recovery activities and special education recovery services. That funding supports compensatory services, arts, enrichment programming, tutoring, after-school programming, and more. $79 million to support social workers, guidance counselors, and school psychologists. This is continuation of last year's investment. Taken together, these investments in school budgets total over $1 billion this coming school year. And here you can see again some of the key programs, and I'll just name them here. The budget supports were mentioned earlier. The chancellor's priorities and mayor and chancellor's priorities were mentioned earlier. But devices and IT support, academic support, school reopening costs, community school expansion, and PSAL. So you can see just a quick snapshot here of the plan. And the $225 million in academic and special education recovery funding is based on student enrollment, with additional weights to target schools with students in foster care, students in shelter, students in temporary housing, ELLs, students with disabilities, and high-need students. Special education recovery services funding is targeted specifically at students with disabilities. $71 million of our academic support budget is targeted specifically at special education pre-K. Our $60 million investment in community schools is targeted at schools with high needs, including large populations of students in temporary housing. The mayor has also announced an additional $11 million for bilingual programming this year. The next steps for stimulus funding: you get to let us know what you think. Please send your comments and your feedbacks on the overall stimulus plan to stimulus2022@schools.nyc.gov. These slides were provided to the council, I believe, and are accessible on the DOE website. We'll continue to collect comments and feedback from considerations as we continue to plan for the next school year. Principals are receiving their budgets, and schools will receive some stimulus funding this year, and SLT teams are going to be working with principals on budget priorities as plans for the upcoming year are finalized. And just to recap, the email address for comments and feedback for the stimulus funding is stimulus2022@schools.nyc.gov. For comments on the C4E contracts for excellence funding, those can be sent to contractsforexcellence@schools.nyc.gov. Comments for both must be shared by July 5th. And remember, the principals have received their budgets and they're thinking about what to do with their budgets now. And that's all I've got.
Thank you very much, Sonny. Can you throw those emails in the chat?
Once I stop sharing my screen, I'll stay on for a bit, and I'll do that.
Okay. And yes, please. Maybe we have some council members who have some questions.
Sure. Whatever I'm able to answer, I will try my best.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Oh, I see Superintendent McGuire already posted the email. One of the
Thank
emails.
you.
If council members, if you can please raise your hand if you have any questions.
Would you like me to continue sharing the screen or stop it?
Unless you can always come back to it if you need to show something.
Okay.
Yeah. So, not sure if Janie has. Kush, yes. You're mute.
I don't have a question, sorry.
No worries.
You mentioned several times that this was allocated, and it's relevant to, I think, our discussion today, that some of these funds were allocated towards class size reduction. However, most of those funds are already being used for other programming. Would it be safe to say that if we do class size reduction, that it'll come at the expense of all other programming?
I'm sorry.
That we're currently paying for?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. It was coming. The audio was coming in and out. And if somebody could repeat that question for me.
I'll do it again. You mentioned several times you mentioned class reduction of class sizes, but you also mentioned that most of the funds are actually already being used to maintain current programs. Would it be fair to say that if we do move ahead with class size reduction, which I don't think any money is actually being spent on today, that this would come at the expense of all other class programs?
For that specific question, I would ask that you pose that to the email address. I wouldn't want to make a broad comment on something without looking at each individual school or what's being asked about. And I appreciate the question, and it's a valid question. But I would just direct you to the email address.
Okay.
Because I know that's a hot topic and it's a fair one.
Well, I'll ask a more factual one. You listed what money was being spent for currently. I don't see class size reduction on there. That's something that's actually being spent on today. Would you agree with that?
Are we talking about the
90.7 million, 30 million? Any of it, both targeted, both discretionary and not or targeted. You listed several things and none of them were class size reduction.
1 second.
Or let me rephrase it another way. How much money is being spent today on class size reduction?
I'm just going to try to share the screen here. And just to confirm, we are talking about C4E, the contracts for excellence, correct?
I didn't see it anywhere. I was, but I didn't see it anywhere in your presentation, actually.
Sure. No, absolutely. So I'll just bring us back to the slide where it mentions that the C4E funds must be.
If you think it's coming from somewhere else, by all means, let me know.
No, I'm going off of the information that was provided to us. The C4E funds must be distributed to schools that meet certain requirements and must be spent by those schools. The funds must support any of the following specific program initiatives. So class size reductions is one of the those.
But you listed, if you go further down the page, you broke out what those funds were being used for today. 90.7 million for integrated co-teaching, 30 million for summer programming, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't see class size reduction here with a dollar figures associated with it.
Understood. So you're asking for directly. My understanding is that they must support any of the following, not specifically just one.
But my question is, what's being supported today? I submit that zero is being spent on that today.
I understand.
If that number, if that zero is increased, ...
I understand. I hear your question. That's not something I would have concrete information on. So for that, I would just ask that you submit your valid and very much so true question to the email address that we provided. I'm sorry I couldn't answer it with more specific details.
Chen, you have your hand raised. Yep.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Sunny. I really appreciate it. And as treasurer, I really appreciate all the help you've given me and our council on the budgets and financials. Quick question: when was the 500 odd million approved and ruled on and started flowing into our DOE coffers? When did that start?
So from my understanding, we're talking about the C4E, the 531 million?
Yes, C4E.
Yeah. So from my understanding, that has been the set amount annually since school year 2011-2012. I believe it's being released currently as the budgets are being released. So principals and budget directors are working to schedule and working with the SLTs to hammer out the details on the spending and the scheduling of those funds. Okay. So I believe those funds, if you're asking when they physically make their way to the DOE, I'm not sure of that, but I know that I believe the schools have been allocated the funds to go ahead and schedule.
So is it true that 531 million has been given to DOE every year since school year 2011 to 12? Is that correct?
Per the slides that I presented on, that's what it says.
That confirms my understanding as well. And pertinent to our conversation about the class size bill, It's been about 10 years, but our class sizes have increased over these 10 years. So my question is, why have class sizes increased when we've had funding to reduce class sizes for 10 years now? Why haven't the teachers, the teacher unions, the principal union moved to reduce class sizes if it was so important from 10 years ago? Why wasn't that done? Because from all that I've read about this separately before today, is that class sizes have increased since over the past 10 years. When it was ruled that we have the opportunity to reduce class sizes, why wasn't it important then, and why is it important all of a sudden important and with an unfunded bill? I don't expect you to answer, Sunny. I'm making a hypothetical question. Thank you.
I do thank you for the question, and I do ask that if you can send that question and that comment over, as you know, I want to make sure that your voice is being heard and everything. You're making true and valid points from your point of view, and we want that input from you guys.
Thank you, Sunny.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Kwok. Councilmember Broshi, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thanks. Can you so this is the C3 money. This is money from the state, right?
Yes.
This is not this doesn't represent the entirety of the DOE's budget, correct?
No, not to this isn't the fair student funding.
Okay, right. And what is the percentage of fair student funding versus C3?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
I don't have that number. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And the state, the deal with the C3 money is that the state decides how the city should spend it, or the city gets the money and then it decides what to do with it.
Thank you for that question. I just want to make sure I read this off correctly. The C4E may only be spent on certain purposes and is subject to additional allocation requirements and monitoring as set forth by the C4E legislation. So from my understanding, there is legislation surrounding this funding that dictates how it may be used, how it's monitored, and how some of the allocations are made.
It's state legislation that decides how the C4E money is spent. And the C4E money represents a percentage of the entire DOE budget, but we don't have clarity on what that percentage is.
If I may, I just want to add that it's a percentage not of the entire DOE budget, but a percentage of the money coming in from the state.
It's a percentage of the money coming in from the state, and then
Yeah,
so
it's a subset of the total state foundation aid.
okay, got it. And then the foundation aid is what's dispersed through fair student funding.
I want to say no, that's separate.
That's also separate. Okay.
Correct, to my understanding.
A bunch of money from the state under C4E that has legislation, state legislation attached to it. And that's what you presented to us today. And then there's foundation aid from the state that the city has just more discretion over. And then there's fair student funding that the city has more discretion over.
Yeah, I won't make a comment on foundation aid because that wasn't part of today's presentation, although it did come up and this is a subset of it. I want to make sure I'm giving you guys everything that I have.
Okay, thank you for the information that you had.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Hernandez, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your time and all the information you're sharing with us, Sunny. In fact, Robin raised a lot of the points that I think I was just going to highlight, that the contract for excellence funding is separate from fair student funding, and it's a subset of the foundation. And I just kind of want to go back to what some of my fellow council members brought up about the class size lawsuit, and that is actually referenced within a resolution that is being considered this evening. That's hence why I think all of us are asking for as much information as possible. But I just want to point out that yes, this money through contracts for excellence is long overdue. Chen said it right, 10 years overdue. And over the past 10 years, and we will go over this more during the resolution discussion, but this has been a top priority for not only our district, but throughout the city, and not just by teachers' unions. In fact, more so by families. So just to point out that this money was allocated to reduce class sizes. It has been needed, and we have increased 10 to 30% in those past 10 years. And all we're asking, and to add to that, that makes us on average 30% higher than the rest of the state when it comes to classroom sizes. So I think if there is money allocated that was awarded and won based on a lawsuit, and also when we're talking about legislative discretionary funds that was passed within the state recently and hopefully get signed, should and will go to reducing classroom sizes. Is that correct? And I'm just asking in regards to the funds that are allocated already, that you presented in your slides, that did include the reduction of class sizes, is included among the other programming that you suggested on that same page of that slide. Is that correct?
I thank you for your question and your comment. I was trying to pay attention to every part of your question. I'm going to ask if you could just repeat that question for me.
Yeah, no, the question is that the money that is allocated through the contracts for excellence to reduce the class sizes it has been allocated to reduce class sizes in the coming year. Is that correct? And it was the money that's allocated also included the programming. I think my fellow council member asked you if it reduced the funds allocated to any of those programming. My question is the class size reduction in there as far as the upcoming school year? Maybe not currently as he asked, but is it allocated for the upcoming school year?
Thank you. From the presentation deck, I'm saying that stating that the funds must support any of the following specific program initiatives. So it's any of those, and class size reduction is one of them. So if, I couldn't say that it's going to be the only one, but it's one of them.
Okay, I agree with you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And I just wanted to add, I hear the passion in everybody's questions and everybody's comments, and I don't want to just try to answer questions to suffice for everybody here. I encourage you to share your comments and your concerns with the email address so they're heard centrally as well.
Thank you, Sunny.
All right, thank you, Sunny. Yes, I'd like to echo what Robin, and also I'd like to echo what Chen said. You've been a tremendous help to our council and helping us run the council the past year. So, and I'm glad you were able to present today. Our next presentation, much different topic, but also very important. We have Lauren Kearley, I hope I pronounced your last name right, from the DOE Office of Food and Nutrition Services. Can you unmute yourself? I think you have co-hosting abilities.
Good evening. Yes, you pronounced it correctly. My name is Lauren Kearley, and I am from the Office of Food and Nutrition Services. I'm the district supervisor here in District 2. I do have a colleague that's trying to join me. Her name is Nicole Scarangello. I'm not sure if she's in the lobby or the waiting room, but she is from Food and Menu Management.
All right, if I find her, if I find Nicole, I make her a call.
Great, thank you so much. And I did have a PowerPoint. Are we able to share that on the screen? I had sent it ahead when I got my confirmation.
Yes, and Nicole, I believe, has now co-host abilities too. You should be able to share your screen.
Oh, I'm actually not able to share my screen. I'm driving. I thought that you would be able to share it.
I could see if I can download it. 1 second.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry for that.
All right, 1 moment.
Nicole, are you with us?
Hi, my name's Nicole Giacco, and I think I'm sure that I was made a co-host incorrectly.
Oh, my apologies. All right. Okay. Oh, Lauren, if you can just mention Nicole last name again.
Scarangello?
Yeah, no, there's no. That's
C-R-A-N?
no,
Okay.
no, there's not that.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm ready to go ahead once we can get the slides going.
1 second here. All right.
So just to give you a little background, what I will be presenting tonight is, mainly our overview, our school meal program, some of the federal meal requirements, and our DOE food quality standards. And absolutely, we want to hear feedback. So at the end of this, I will provide you with my email, or I believe you do actually have it already. And any additional questions that come up, you can always forward them to me, and I will make sure that I get them to the correct party so that we can get them answered.
Okay, we're on.
You can move on to the third slide. So we are committed to providing healthy options for all of our children. And this is just a brief overview that we actually are operating over 25 menus in the 32 districts. We have a menu base of 500 plus recipes. And on a daily average, we feed about 900,000 meals in 1,800 schools in those 32 districts. All of our menus are student driven. And what that means is that we do frequent taste testings. So any item does not have the opportunity to be posted on our menu unless it is tasted and student approved. And these taste tests previously were done in a field trip setting where students would be bused to our headquarters and our test kitchen in Long Island City. And now we are actually coming out and doing them at the school-based level. So I have spoken to many principals in District 2 that have taken us up on this opportunity. And we're going to be doing this over the summer as well, and we'll continue into the fall. So this is a really exciting thing so that the students can actually get, to see behind the curtain and feel like they are part of the process. You can go ahead to the next slide.
If you don't mind me interrupting too, I think Nicole S. that works with you, Lauren, is actually under Nicole Bonica.
Hi,
Yes,
yes,
you can
Nicole
add her.
Monica. Yes,
Yeah.
hi,
Monica,
there's
okay.
two Nicole. Thank you.
And you're now co-host too, I believe.
Thank you.
All right. So on our breakfast menu, we feature seasonal fresh fruits, local New York State dairy items. All of our grain items are over 51% more whole grain, low in fat, high in fiber. And we actually have a very long prohibited ingredient list, which is even more stringent than the USDA standards. And we are no longer offering any sugary fruit juice options. Next slide, please. Some of the exciting things that we're doing with our lunch menu, we previously had begun Meatless Mondays. This year, we added our plant-powered Fridays. We are working to reduce processed deli meats as of June. Those will no longer be featured on our menu once the new school year starts. We are always locally sourcing our products. Seasonal fresh fruits and vegetables are featured over the course of the week. Some days we have multiple vegetables offered so that we can hit all of our vegetable subcategories and make sure that the students are seeing a variety. We have multiple menu options available daily, and what that means is besides the item that is what we would consider our center of the plate menu item, we also have different daily offerings such as cheese sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly, yogurt parfaits, hummus cups. So students can actually utilize our offer versus serve policy and build out, a really well-balanced meal that fits their taste buds. They're not sort of, stuck with just one menu option. And on our menu, for our parents out there, if they're looking at that online, we do identify our vegetarian and vegan items with a V or a VE. On the next slide, you are seeing our salad bars, which we actually do with breakfast as well. There's an occasional fresh fruit bar and yogurt bar that can be featured. So our salad bars have been in over 1,000 schools across the city for many years. We did take a brief break with, all of our COVID policies and standards, but we did resume those back in January, and they have been a great success. And we're very excited to be able to offer fresh fruits and a variety of healthy vegetables and nutritious salads every single day. And this is usually a self-service option. Some of our schools are still doing some unitized offerings, but this is a really great, almost occupational therapy sort of aspect for the kids where they get to serve themselves and make their own choices. This also helps them bulk up their meal, especially for our junior high and high school students, so that they can fill up on healthy, nutritious things. Just the next slide briefly discusses our plant-powered Fridays, which is a plant-forward menu offering vegetarian and vegan items. In addition to our local fresh fruits and vegetables, we have reduced processed meats, and we're really working to increase our plant-based offerings. So we're currently in the process of sourcing additional plant-based items, which will be featured on our menu next year that we're very excited about. The following slide, please. This is what I mentioned earlier about our prohibited ingredient list. No, I'm lying to you. This is the comparison between the USDA standards and our New York City standards. So you'll see that the New York City standards are much stricter. The following slide discusses some of our menu nutrition standards. So we are following not only the federal guidelines of the USDA and the National School Breakfast and Lunch Programs, the weekly meal pattern and nutrition standards that coincide with those programs. These standards vary by grade and age. So we have a variety of components that build out a healthy meal plate, such as our meat or meat alternates. grains, fruits, vegetables, and milk or your dairy. All of our menus and recipes are nutrient focused on calories, sodium, total saturated fat. Our New York City standards focus on nutritional standards of our specific items. So for example, our chicken tenders the sodium cannot exceed 480 milligrams, saturated fat cannot exceed 10% of total calories. So there's a lot that really goes into planning our menus. And there's a lot that we have to work around, trying to find the cleanest label while still meeting these standards and also taking into consideration our costs. Again, I mentioned the prohibited ingredient list, which I'm not sure if it is, I don't think it's part of this presentation, but it can be found online at our website. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So this is an example of our menu. And this is specifically our halal menu. So we have certain sites across the city that are certified halal sites, and they have specific halal items. And these items are reviewed and identified with an H on the menu. And all of our schools that are these certified sites are visited by the imams and, conducting a thorough site review and consistent follow-ups to make sure that all of the standards are in place. The following slide, please. So as far as menu accommodations are concerned, we have a food allergen policy. So if a parent has a question or a concern about a product that might not be good for their student or child, they can actually request a product label. And we can always put them in touch with someone from our food and menu management team that can answer some of their more in-depth questions and provide options that are available to them while remaining a participant in our program. As far as milk options are concerned, for our alternative milk options, we offer soy milk and a lactose-free milk. We do currently offer chocolate milk, but there are a lot of misconceptions about our chocolate milk. It is actually very low in sugar and fat-free. But principals and school communities can work together to make a decision to choose if they wish to remove chocolate milk, which I know always becomes a very hot ticket item, with the condition that we must offer 2 other milk alternatives. So that would be your 1% or your fat-free. Next slide, please. This is an example of what we call our CEE, which stands for Cafeteria Enhancement Experience. So this is a DOE-focused transformation in our middle schools and high schools, where we will come in and we renovate the cafeteria and serving line to provide a more adult-like experience. As you see in the picture, it's the grab and go aspect. So it's like a fast service that gives the students more time to relax, especially in our high schools with so many different programs going on. They can always come through, grab and go, and continue even if they're not scheduled for a lunch period, or if they have study hall or different clubs and things that they're trying to participate in, they can still participate in our program and make the best possible healthy choice. And the last slide, please. So at this point, I'll turn the floor over to Nicole if she has anything she wants to add, but we are welcoming your feedback, and we're available for some light discussion. And as I said earlier, you can always forward me your questions and I will be sure to get those answered and get back to you. Thank you so much for making time for us today. We really appreciate it.
Oh, hello. Hi. So I just want to go over the allergen just a little bit. I put my email in the chat. It's nbonica@schools.nyc.gov. And you could, for parents, if you have any questions or concerns about allergens in our foods, you can always email me directly, and I can send you a label. If there are any medical allergies, such as celiac disease, or any other, or if a student, let's say, has a severe allergy that may cause anaphylaxis, we can create a 504 plan, or if the student has an IEP, and we could create a team to make that dietary accommodation. Again, you can always, that would be like a team meeting between, let's say, the 504 coordinator, the student nurse, the school nurse, myself, the school food service manager, the district supervisor, and we would create an action plan to accommodate your child in their medical needs. So again, you would have to fill out probably a 504 accommodations request form, have the documents such as a medical documentation, let's say for an IEP. And you could email me. My name is in the chat.
Also, Ben, can you please make Emily Logan a co-host? She is here presenting with Lauren.
Yes, I already did. Thank you. Emily, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Emily Logan. I'm the Recipe and Menu Development Chef for the Office of Food Nutrition Services. I also help facilitate the student taste testing. So definitely, if there are any schools interested, please have your principals reach out to Lauren and we'll coordinate that. At this point, if there are any schools open during the summer, we're always looking for that opportunity as well. And we are going into next year's list. So if there's anybody interested in that, please contact Lauren.
I see that there are a few in our community who have questions. Please contact Lauren and Nicole and Emily directly, or you can discuss if you have points you would like to make. We're going to start the public speaking session momentarily. But council members, I think we have 2 council members with questions. Council member Chen Kwok, yes.
Yeah, I thank you very much for the presentation. It's a great, very informational. I called my daughter over to take a look because she's given me a lot of feedback on the food. My first suggestion is that you do the surveys in the schools for the food that they're eating now, and they can tell you a lot. And you can also look at what's left over. That can tell you a lot. I have a lot of questions, but I don't want to take up all the time. But I think there's concerns about food allergies. One of the parents have also made that question, what are the procedures? My daughter's turned out to be peanut allergic. Like the PBJs is like the only other alternative for cheese sandwich. What other alternatives for kids who have allergies? And I guess, there's a question about procedures for allergy treatment. I think that may be a separate topic from food. But just some key points for me. I think the portions of food are the same, whether you're in kindergarten or 5th grade. I think we need to adjust for size of the students and nutritional and caloric needs. Often it's only one portion and it's out and there's no more. The kids come home hungry after school. And also students, kids need different things than Eric Adams, different from what he eats. He can eat vegan. He doesn't need any more proteins. He doesn't need any more calcium. He doesn't need more fats, but children need that. It's a misnomer to have children eat like adults because they need to grow. And as Chinese American, we have a history of malnourishment where kids are very short, underdeveloped. And with better diet in America, many immigrant families have seen their children blossom, but not by eating plants. I mean, tree bark is a historical, survival food, but we shouldn't have overemphasis on vegetarian in schools when they need calcium and they need proteins and full-on help them to grow. Maybe some plants do have enough, but I think efficiency is not the same. Quality and consistency, it's maybe some of the operations, some of the food quality is not there. It looks nice when the chancellor comes, but it's not what the kids have. Consistency and this mismatch of what's published to what they actually get. And sometimes they've gotten expired foods. Sometimes the food has been fall on the floor and the staff pick it up to serve again. And I know that there's a lot of staffing issues, which I really understand. And I hope that we can, do something to alleviate that. You didn't highlight any of those issues. And operational efficiency, getting kids through the system to have time to eat and not be wasted waiting online. I think that's very important. And we need to support home lunch because a lot of kids bring their food that's warm when they come, and it gets cold by the time they eat. So support for kids with home lunch, have some microwave ovens or convection ovens and multiple ones that allow kids to have hot food if they decide to bring from home. Thank you.
Okay, I will try my best to hit all those comments. So in terms of our menus are evaluated against USDA guidelines. So we're ensuring, regardless if the day is a meatless Monday, if it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, where we normally do have a protein, which is a meat option on the menu, or if it's meatless Friday, or we call it plant-powered Friday now, we're ensuring that regardless of the type of protein, whether the protein is coming from a bean or an animal source or a cheese source, that it's all the same protein in terms of amounts. We have to meet by USDA standards a certain amount of protein. And so it's regardless of the menu options. We have to meet USDA nutrient and nutrition standards. All our menus are evaluated against a nutrition database to ensure that we're meeting USDA standards.
Thank you. Can I just interrupt there for a second? I'm really sorry. I forgot to mention this. It's the same thing with chocolate milk. Kids won't get the nutrition if they don't eat it, if it's not tasty. If it doesn't taste good, no matter how much it supports adheres to the USDA regulations and guidelines, they're not getting it. So you have to also think about that. So I make a trade-off and say, you can have chocolate milk because it has the calcium and the protein that's needed and the vitamin D. The trade-off is sugar. Okay, I'll take that because the alternative is they don't drink the milk if they don't like it. The same with food. If they don't eat it, they're not getting any nutrition, none of the vitamins and minerals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In terms, I know that you had said that food safety, we ensure that our kitchens are following food safety. Food safety is absolutely number one. So we practice things such as first in, first out. We put expiration dates on all our products. We're ensuring that food safety is always at the forefront of service. Emily, did I get everything?
Yeah,
Nicole,
I just
maybe you just want to, sorry, Emily, just, he mentioned about how the serving sizes are the same from a kindergarten to high school. That's not entirely true.
So yes, so for USDA standards, our USDA standards are from K to 8. So that's a calorie range between 450 and 600. Our high school standard is a different calorie range. And so for our high school standard, you're going to see a larger portion size for those students to hit that calorie range. And so you'll see a larger vegetable portion. We have to meet a greater grain requirement, a greater meat alternate requirement. Whereas the K through 8, it's lumped under one standard for USDA, which we do follow and we implement. And that is a little bit of a smaller portion size. But however, yes, it is all the same portion size from K through 8, but we're ensuring that they're getting the nutritional USDA standards.
I think that's what I'm talking about. I'm only talking about K to 5, for my daughter's elementary. My son's about to enter high school, so I don't know what that is. But really K to 5, there's a big range of caloric needs already within one elementary school. I think we need to really support that. Thank you.
Okay, and we have our council member, Robin Kelleher. That might be
Yes,
our
I
last
promise
question.
to be very quick, 2 seconds. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much for this presentation. It was very helpful and very informative. I have 3 boys, and I've struggled to get all of them to eat anything. One of them won't eat anything that's not processed and white and overcooked and bland. So I know what a difficult job you have. So I really appreciate it. And I love vegetarian food, and I do think you can get enough protein from vegetarian options, but it's not what I'm here to say. I just had one quick question. what do you do about waste or unused food? Do you have any system in place whereby you can donate the food to anyone or any organization, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, Nicole, if you want, I can jump in and take this one. So in regards to, in regards to food waste, so it starts at the top. So it starts at the beginning at the food ordering level. We ensure that our managers who are ordering all the food for the kitchen and our cooks as well are accounting for every student. So we try when we're doing food ordering, that's step number one. Step number two gets a little more tricky. We do offer at the school level in the cafeteria side, if you would like to do a shared table. So things that are closed, such as apple slices or carrot sticks, for students, if let's say they come, they take a tray and they decide when they're sitting down that they don't want it. Some schools do opt to provide a shared table. Now that's not controlled by OFNS. That is a school level program that your principal or whoever is in charge of cafeterias can implement. And then the other side of food waste too, really what blocks us a lot of times from being able to reuse things or share in other means, such as donating and things like that, is food safety. So food safety is number one priority. It becomes before anything else. And in this case, it kind of hinders us because once something is cooked, it has to maintain temperature. So if we cook something to 165 degrees, it can only be cooled and reheated once. And what happens is, if let's say we donate that product and whoever accepts the donation doesn't handle it food safety wise, and they get sick, OFNS is held liable. So right now at this time, there is talks and conversations about how we can help reduce, but really we always push back to that offer versus serve. So every day we offer our 5 components, our milk, our vegetable, fruit, meat or meat alternate, and our grain. We really, really push for the students to offer versus serve. So they can choose what they'd want. So if they go up and they don't want the hamburger that day, they just want the vegetable, the fruit, and the milk, that is a full component meal that they can take. So we do try to encourage that to help and reduce the food waste. But right now, because of health department concerns, there is no donation process.
Okay, thank you so much.
And then just the last final comment, I think we forgot to touch on from our first question. We do offer a peanut butter alternative, which is our sun butter, and that can be requested by the principal if they wish to be a peanut-free campus for that intents and purposes.
All right. Thank you very much, Lauren, Nicole, Emily, and appreciate your presentation today. And
thank you so much for having us. We appreciate you giving us the time. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much.
And parents, if you want to get in contact with them, I think some of their emails are in the chat. Also, if you send any emails in this regard to info@cecd2.net, we'll forward it to them as well. Okay. I know we're going to start now the public portion, the public speaking portion of our evening today. This will be the first session, and I believe Michelle is our first. I'll unmute you in a second.
Yeah, so Ben, before we start, we're having some technical difficulty with adding the timer that we usually use. So Chanel Harry, who is our new administrative assistant, has kindly will help out in setting the 2-minute timer. So 10 seconds from 2 minutes, she's just going to let you know time so you can wrap up your comments. And I'll be posting more people, the next 5 people in the chat.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you so much, Chanel, for volunteering, and thank you for the information. Janie, our first, I don't see Michelle Priano, but I do see Maria.
You remember to turn off
Rudusky.
the chat as well.
Yeah, oh, thank you very much. I'll do that first. And yeah, the chat is off. And you can unmute yourself, Maria Rudusky, I believe. I apologize if I pronounced it wrong, but welcome to CECD2.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So my name is Maria. I'm a parent of a child at PS 158. I've been living in New York for most of my life, a little under 30 years. I've never been afraid to walk around the city or take the subway at any time of the night. I no longer feel that same sense of security. I do believe the crime rate in New York City has been rising, with random acts of violence becoming increasingly common. And all of the efforts to reduce crime have failed so far. And now we have the not so new phenomenon, which is school shootings. And I know that historically these have been contained to suburban schools, which perhaps created a false sense of security, a feeling that this can't happen in the city. After all, we have the strictest gun laws in the city and a large police force. But that is a fallacy. Strict gun control rules haven't prevented the recent incident where an individual shot people in a subway car, and they won't prevent someone from entering a school through the unlocked doors, overpowering the single unarmed guard stationed at the front desk, and proceeding to classrooms, which I don't believe can be locked either. With the crime rate in New York City on the rise and little progress on gun control, this scenario is not difficult to imagine. I know that locking schools doesn't address the root of the problem, and we don't want to turn schools into fortresses. But we don't really have a choice. Existing safety protocols simply do not protect our children against the realities of today's world. We've seen other industries adapt to evolving threats, evidenced by airline screening procedures, metal detectors at museums and sports venues. And we know that the DOE can act decisively. When COVID hit, schools were completely reimagined, new technology implemented, lessons shifted to virtual, gyms were turned into classrooms, and walls brought down to respect social distancing rules. COVID had a fatality rate of 1% and posed an even lower risk to children. So why aren't we mobilizing now to ensure that our children are safe from a much more sinister threat? And I apologize, I believe my time is up.
Yep.
But
thank you very much, Maria. Randy Hawk, 1 second, you can please Hawk. Hawk,
yeah,
yourself
Hal with a K on the end of it.
Oh, sorry. And welcome to CECD2.
Thank you. My name is Randy Hauk. I am a parent of 3, including 2 Jewish girls that go to PS 151. After the events of Uvalde, I went over to the school to give my daughter a water bottle. Was able to enter the school and walk straight up to the desk where the unarmed security guard was. To my left was an open door to the cafeteria where all the children were eating. If I had had a gun, it would have been nothing to take out the security guard and then start inflicting murder on all the children in there. I haven't have a video of this, but I didn't want to post it because it seemed crazy to me that someone could be able to do this. We're incensed. I don't know if anybody has a sense of the anger among the parents right now to see other parents being tased while their children are being butchered. Has just got us A, scared about our kids, B, very distrustful that the authorities have any interest in saving our children. As you can see from my screen, these are the 3 points that we want to get at: locking the school doors, having a police presence during pickup and drop off, which I believe you, and I thank you for the resolution 199. I believe it covers a lot of these issues. But my main issue with it is it doesn't cover them in a timely enough manner. This should be done now. When people, our last point is we need to unmuzzle the teachers and the administrators. I sent a letter asking what the security issues were at the school. I got a form letter back from the principal. I sent a pretty nasty email back saying I wasn't interested in whether they're in compliance. And I talked to them the next day and they told me that they weren't allowed to speak about security issues by the administration. We're not interested in hearing the party line from the administration. We're interested in our children being safe. We're interested in our school teachers who are going to be shielding our children's bodies with their bodies, telling us what the issues are. It's not a question of money. It's not a question of the technical know-how. It is a question of priorities. And our children aren't a priority right now.
Thank you, Randy. Jennifer Ross, you're up, and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Ross. I have a child at PS 158. I first want to express my full support of the safety resolution. On the topic of safety, I want to say that I remain very proud of the way the DOE handled safety procedures related to COVID, as someone else mentioned already. From mobilizing a huge remote learning effort to our mask policies, New York City was a model and an example of how to prioritize the safety of our children and educators in the face of a crisis. But now we have another crisis. Mass shootings are plaguing our country and our schools. And as a result, schools across the country and in New York State are ramping up efforts to secure schools. It's worth noting that Erie and Niagara counties, among others, locked their school doors right after Sandy Hook 10 years ago. Yet, New York City schools have remained at a standstill. And it's not just in the wake of another mass shooting, but in the face of increased crime on our city streets. And instead of increasing security measures, our school doors remain wide open and unlocked for anyone to enter and do harm, as Randy just mentioned how easy it is to do. Some schools don't even have basic security cameras. Lockdown drills and unarmed SSAs are not enough. I urge the DOE to take the recommendation of the CEC and the urging of concerned parents and address their extremely outdated and vulnerable safety measures and continue to be an example of a school system that puts the safety of our kids and educators first. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. William Gresswell, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you very much for letting me contribute. It's good to be here again, albeit somewhat different circumstances to my last attendance when we discussed the internal security issues at 75 Morton, where my daughter is a student. Thankfully, that's a situation that has somewhat improved since then. But as other contributors have mentioned, there really has been a noticeable increase in the general threat to our children's safety in the places where we should consider them to be absolutely safe. So I've asked to speak today so that I could express support too for Resolution 199, but also for Resolution 200. I'll get to that in a second, very briefly. It's really essential that we prioritise our student and teachers' safety. And I think 199 provides a number of necessary steps, some of which hopefully we'll never actually have to use or see used, but we should implement as soon as possible, as the previous contributor highlighted. But while I'm here, I'd also like to express support for the sponsors of the Resolution 200 as well, to ensure that the interests of parents and students are adequately represented in our local democracy. I think it's an important, if somewhat technical, resolution that needs to be supported too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. Tamura, you can unmute yourself. And welcome to CECD2.
I wrote in the chat that I actually signed up for the second session only, but I had to submit the form several times.
Okay, then we'll hear from you in the second session. Thank you. Yatin Shu, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to say that I support all three of CEC2's resolutions. The mayoral control bill, which claims to give more parents representation, is deeply flawed. It gives just 32 parents the power to elect these 5 new parent representatives. Instead, I feel all parents should directly elect our reps on the PEP. This will also address the lack of high school parent representation, which is 1/3 of our school system. Regarding the class size mandate, we have higher class sizes in growing communities and in popular programs. In parts of Queens and Brooklyn, there is no physical space to have more classrooms. The 2020 census confirms that the population growth in these districts, fueled by immigrant Asian communities, make it so that there is no space. So the mandate to lower class sizes will force kids into trailers, rezone these schools, or bus kids to schools that have space. All are bad for our kids. The most in-demand schools and programs also have higher class sizes. These are gifted and talented programs, specialized high schools, and AP classes. I do not support capping or limiting enrollment in these popular and necessary opportunities for accelerated education. Imposing mandates will limit access to local schools and in-demand programs. While the bill allows the DOE to apply for exemptions, the principals and the teachers' unions can veto it. Parents have no say in this process. We need to build more schools before we can enact this class size mandate. I am extremely disappointed that our electeds did not put New York City families first. Governor Hochul should veto both these bills, and I applaud CECD2 for drawing up these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Yatin. Olivia Ramos, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening to me today. My comments are regarding Resolution 199 about school safety. I think we can all agree that crime has spiked and that parents all around the city see signs of ticking time bombs all around our schools and all around our children. This is a real fact, and it's very disturbing to the parents to see that the DOE doesn't take this seriously. You know, from the pot dispensaries near the schools to the gun violence around there, we demand safety. Our kids should be safe at school. They should be safe inside of the school from bullying, from being assaulted, and they should be safe from gun violence. And, you know, all of the people who have issues, mental issues that, you know, need to be taken care of by the city and should not be impacting our kids' education. Please, it's time to take action. I agree with the proposals for Resolution 199, and I please beg you to please think about allocating funds to replacing all of the fences around every public school with walls so that our kids are protected from guns being fired outside of the school, so that we are more proactive and stop being reactive. In the last 10 years, the administration has grown enormously, and our kids are not doing better academically, and they are very, very unsafe. Other things that the DOE could do with the city is, for example, eliminate the cell phone charging towers on school sidewalks, where you have, unfortunately, homeless people charging their cell phones, urinating, smoking pot, and just acting completely inappropriately. Please keep our children safe, please. This is, you know, why we pay taxes. Your job is to keep them safe. Please do it now. Take actions now. Don't wait to train agents. Please put in, you know, retired officers now. Close the doors. Keep our kids safe, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Nadia Levy, please unmute yourself. Oh, I think. Okay. Please unmute yourself, Nadia, and welcome to CC.
I'm Nadia Levy, a parent of 2 children at PS 290. I'm a member of the SLT at the school as well. I wanted to speak to a couple of the resolutions tonight. Firstly, the resolution, the safety resolution. While I primarily wholeheartedly think that gun laws need to be reformed in this country,
bitch.
first and foremost, I do think that standardization and quality checks for school safety are also important. It is a scary world, and while we still fall embarrassingly short in the Department of Gun Control, I would feel more reassured for my children with whatever extra precautions are possible. So, you know, I just think anything we can do to help the situation and make it less scary for our children would be better. In terms of the class sizes, I love the idea of making public schools like private schools in theory. However, I know firsthand from trying to build a French dual language program that District 2 has many issues with physical space. So I feel that implementing this bill will not only lead to having to create more space by eliminating programs and perhaps rezoning and making kids have to go to schools that are further away. But I just feel that it's not feasible right now without building more schools or creating more space first. I don't want to get rid of other things or, push people to other schools. That's it.
Thank you, Nadia. Kelly Smith, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, thank you. I'm here today to voice my support for the resolution 199 to improve school safety. And most importantly, the request to lock our school doors. I'm a mother of 2 young children who both attend school in District 2 at Yorkville Community School. And every morning as they leave for school, there's a pit in my stomach as I fear for their safety. It should not be this way. School should be a safe place for our kids, but unfortunately in our current society, this is not the case. The current safety protocols in place at New York City public schools are subpar and need to be addressed immediately. Anyone can walk in off the street and enter my child's school. I don't want a school to feel like a prison, but currently our children are sitting ducks. We cannot wait and let our kids be another statistic. And I hope you listen to those of us here today who are supporting this resolution and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Melissa Mara, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you. I want to talk about my daughter today, Ella Mitchell. She's an 8th grade student who's been systematically overlooked in this high school admissions lottery. She's one of 75 Wharton's top students. Her grades, they're a reflection of dedication, of work ethic. She said that, she's an A+ student. And I don't understand how she got an A+ student, gets through middle school and gets her 12th school on her list. And what you don't see on paper and what the application process didn't show on paper was November of in this school year, 2021, she was diagnosed with extreme scoliosis. And in December, she underwent spinal surgery, a 9-hour spinal surgery that put her in the ICU for about a week. And it's not an excuse, but it's a credible example of her grit and her ability to move forward and with maturity and being brave, and it defines her. This week is graduation and it should be full of excitement. She achieved and overcame so much and she wishes it all would just disappear. The DOE is expecting a 14-year-old to internalize their unfair lottery process. She got through her physical, her medical, her emotional challenges this year with the hopes that academics would pay off. Like as a mom, I teach her hard work pays off. Life might not be fair, but hard work pays off. As a teacher, they do the same thing. The DOE does not. How can we tell our kids hard work and scholarship matter and squash their pursuit of excellence? It's hurtful, it's damaging. iSchool, one of her top ranked schools, 100% of that admission criteria was the essay. She got a 400 out of 400 on the essay. Inexplicably, she did not get an offer. And her wait list number keeps going in the wrong direction. She'll never get in. And museum, Stool of the Future, very similar stories. We don't have the means for private school. We're not planning on moving out of the city. We're just scrambling to make it in New York, like a lot of other families. We planned and we believe that thank you. And the mental health has been impacted by her, like academic, emotionally, socially. It's going to take years for her to overcome this. I respectfully ask for the DOE to do something and be fair to all students.
Thank you, Melissa. Our next speaker, I can't find Lauren Antonucci. So we'll move to Alexander Shilkrut. Alexander Shilkrut, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
One second. Yes, okay. Now camera is working. I would like to speak about resolutions presented tonight. First, I would like to support resolution 199. And as speakers before spoke, security is self-explanatory. You cannot avoid security these days. I walk in the apartment, I lock my door. I walk in the airport, first thing I see is security. You go to Federal Building downtown, armed security puts you through a metal detector. And I recently inquired about security at the hospital and other hospitals where I work. We have 30-40 people security team, manning all entrances, exits, some of them armed. And school, which has large number of children, has only 2 security guards. And you don't know what kind of training they get. DOE should definitely bolster security at schools. First step, locking the door. A resolution addresses some common steps, cameras, buzzers, and the DOE should form partnership with best practices, ask people in the military, private security, and YPD how to keep our children safe. So I wholeheartedly support the resolution 199. And few words about other resolutions. Resolution 200 about PEP size. Jeff Bezos once famously said, if you can't feed members of your meeting with 2 pizza pies, your meeting is too large. And the PEP should focus on quality of its members, but not quality. I sat through many large dysfunctional meetings when speakers try to shout over each other and they don't achieve anything. So keep PEP in the same size, like just hire better members. And the last one, resolution 201. Smaller class size, seems like a good idea if you miraculously can find higher quality teachers and more space to man those class sizes. And as a scientist, I have a problem how we can advance in some idea without conducting experiment first. If you really want to study class sizes, study it on one school, one district, and see how it works. For example, lottery was instituted without any studies, and now we see that it is a disaster. You want to study the issue, please do, but don't implement it without any prior research or experience. It might sound good, but may not be good in practice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexander. Ana Rojas, you're up next. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for always your dedication, your passion, your hard work. I'm speaking about Resolution 199, and I think we all agree that our schools must remain a safe haven in our communities. I am hoping we can think outside the box. Every solution that I've heard, that I've seen in this resolution is involving law enforcement, it's involving metal detectors. We entrust our family every day expecting a safe education. That's correct. But can we imagine more than just authoritarian, punitive solution involving law enforcement, fortress, lockdowns, expensive metal detectors? Why not train dogs like airports? It's just one example of another idea. Why is it just right away to get our schools to be, some people even, and I know this resolution doesn't say it, but arm teachers? We do need to be more involved in our community schools. They need to be our safe havens. Our children need to go there and be safe. But please, can we take this back to the drawing board, put in some more things? And I believe maybe someone knows how airports get dogs or banks get dogs or other places they can detect so many things, not just arms and drugs, but depression, seizure, diabetes. Thank you so much. And please revisit this. Please don't make our schools fortresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Craig Slutskin, you're up next. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you, Ben. President Morton. There are 3 resos, so not much time, so I'm going to be quick. So I am supportive of all 3. On school safety, just to reiterate what most of the other speakers have said, we've seen a rise of school incidents, and it just seems every day we hear about more assaults and sometimes even worse. And unfortunately, we have a state legislature which won't act, a DA who doesn't really believe in prosecuting crimes. So for this foreseeable future, the situation is just going to get worse. Gun reform is clearly necessary, but that sadly goes at a snail's pace. The ideas in this resolution are common sense, adding technology of locking of doors and video feeds, alarm systems, notification systems. Even if a school decides not to use them, which I think most schools should, having technology and procedure available seems more than wise. We shouldn't take chances with our kids' safety. On the PEP reso, again, I'm supportive. It seems that our district and Manhattan in general loses out on representation. The representation proposed is very similar to the old New York City Board of Estimate, which was each borough got 1 vote, and that was deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in the 80s. Staten Island got the same vote as Brooklyn, despite Brooklyn being substantially larger. It's bad enough that the borough presidents reps each have an equal vote despite representing disparate amounts of constituents, but now barely elected CEC leaders will choose on a borough basis representing disparate amounts of constituents. It's the same issue. Let parents decide, and the 300,000 plus high school students need representation too. Also, the controller already has the audit powers and has the right to review contracts. There's no need to add him to the PEP. All he's going to do is campaign for his next office. He already has the right to audit the DOE, which I invite him to do as opposed to spending working hours on his political events. On class size resolutions, as much as I like smaller class sizes, there are too many open items here. We just had 2 weeks where high school admissions caused grief, and that's an understatement, for D2 and other families. Not enough spots. It's not getting placed in schools. Will there be less slots for AP classes? Will there be less slots for G&T? Where is this money coming from? I'd rather have a great teacher with 30 kids than a poor teacher with 25. The bill needs a lot of work and more study. So let's just revisit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Next up is Nicole Giacco. Please unmute yourself, and my apologies for earlier.
No problem.
But thank you, and welcome to CECD2.
So I wanted to say something about, I guess, all 3 of the resolutions. I was really only prepared to talk about the school safety one because I didn't realize the other 2 were on the agenda. But regarding school safety, this is more of a question for the DOE and I guess Superintendent Kelly. I've talked to the principals in both of my schools who they both unfortunately had lockdowns over the last couple of weeks. And I asked if they had received any training regarding extreme risk protection orders, any education on how to fill them out. School officials in New York are able to file a petition, and they are in a very good place to understand who may be a harm to themselves or others, or what to look out for. And I hope that the DOE does look into this and give schools the training that they need. And I think that would be a complement to any safety, additional safety guidelines that are put in place going forward. In addition, my son's elementary school does a fantastic job with annual safety meetings. I've had kids in 2 other schools, they don't do that. I think every school should have an annual safety meeting for the parents. I think it's really important for everyone to understand what lockdown drills are. Maybe that will make some people change their minds when they really, understand what our kids have to do. So that's pretty much all I have to say about that. I am not in support of the resolution to veto the class size bill. Class size reduction comes up all the time, and it's always the same arguments against it. It has been studied left, right, and center by the state, by the city, by task forces. We know it's better for the kids. It really just needs to just be figured out, implemented, and done. There's money. And I do not support the other resolution regarding the PEP panel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Janine Kiley, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2. Janine, can you unmute yourself? Yeah. All right, maybe she's not there. All right, we can come back to her. Gavin Healy, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Thank you. Wow, there's so much to talk about today. So first, the resolution on PEP representation. We're in District 2. We're not in District 3, 4, 16, 17, or 20. Is there any reason to call out the presidents of other CECs by name? You're not here to air your petty personal grievances. You're here to serve the students and families of District 2. Do try to remember that next time. And the statement in the resolution about the comptroller misusing the PEP bully pulpit to campaign and push personal ideology, well, that goes for the CEC as well. This is not your bully pulpit to campaign for election. And the resolution opposing smaller class sizes, where do you get the community input on this? One of you is the liaison to my kid's school. I've never seen you there, and I've attended every PTA and SLT meeting. So I'm not sure who you're sharing these resolutions with. And when you post this in the wee hours of the morning before the meeting, you're sending a message to D2 families that you're not really interested in our input. You represent all of the families in District 2, including the 90% of us who didn't vote for a single one of you. We want smaller class sizes. And finally, as for your resolution on improving school safety, if you're really interested in keeping our students safe from gun violence, perhaps the members of this council should start by not amplifying the statements of racist gun killers like Kyle Rittenhouse, as Mr. Kwok did earlier this month on social media. I don't know if other families in D2 are aware of this, but I think it's important that they know about the safety threat on this very council. Frankly, as a D2 parent, I would not feel safe if Mr. Kwok entered my child's school. And I do not feel safe if he has any role in your so-called safety audit. Good night.
All right, next up is Tiffany Winbush. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Great. Good evening, everyone. I'm Tiffany Winbush. I have two children who attend school in District 2 my oldest for the last 6 years, and I've been a resident of District 2 for the last 18 years. I'm involved in the SLT and have also served many years on the PTA e-board. I am here today regarding Resolution 201. We know that smaller class sizes is one of the biggest requests from parents. Many transfer their students to private and Catholic schools in order to achieve this. We can be innovative. Yes, more schools are needed, but if we wait until they are built, we'll be waiting forever. Older kids can attend schools in non-traditional school settings as space is an issue. Those involved in the civil rights movement were told to wait until conditions were perfect. Those who fought for the equality for the LGBTQ community were told to wait until conditions were perfect. Thankfully, they did not, and I don't think we should wait until we have more schools built until we focus on reducing class size across New York City. We've never attempted to ensure New York City students had smaller class sizes like the rest of New York State. The time is now to do this for our children. It's very possible that smaller class sizes will even the playing field, and students from other districts, not only District 2, will also rise to the top with their educational level. But that's okay because there is enough room to go around for everyone. We don't have to hoard the quality education that our students receive in D2. We can do the same to ensure that students all across New York City receive that quality education. I am not in support of Resolution 201 because I think it is vital, imperative, and something that we need to do now, not later, to reduce class sizes across New York City schools. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tiffany. Jimmy Jean, 1 second. Oh, there we go. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. My name is Jimmy Jane and I'm a parent in T2, and I'm here to support the resolution 199, which talk about improving our school safety. I believe that we've seen too many lies gone in our country and schools, and we believe that school should be a safe place for our kids to learn and grow. But actually the data shows otherwise. And since 1966 to 2022, at least 163 students dies and 136 injured inside the school. So this is the fact. We cannot just say, okay, let's look for easy way to do, maybe with dogs, or maybe I don't believe there is any easy way around it, because this is straight about life of our kids, and we can't just forget it. And for what's been going on so far, I can say, like, since 1966 in Austin, Texas, where the first shooting took place, at least we had 18 dead, 31 injured at the University of Texas Tower. And April 20, 1999 at Colorado, we have 15 dead, 21 injured. March 21st, 2005 in Minnesota, 10 dead and 7 injured. April 16, 2007 at Blacksburg, Virginia, 33 dying, 17 injured. And all those shootings happening with kids, And right here, December 2012, in Newton, Connecticut, 28 dead and 10 injured. October 1st, 2015, Oregon, 10 dead, 9 injured. February 14, 2018, Parkland, Florida, 17 dead and 17 injured. May 2018, 10 die in Texas. I mean, it's just like a pattern. It feels like a disease that is a non going on. Like when something is happening in other country, we took measure here in New York City to step up our security measures so this doesn't happen in our country. But this is happening right here, and it's just a matter of time. I think it's time to really think about it and do some real, take real measure in order to protect our children, because it's just enough is enough. So I think it's time to really focus on what is matter, which is safety of our children. Therefore, I'm supporting this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Demi. Janine, Kylie, I'm going to try one more time here. Can you please unmute yourself? I don't think she's available. All right, so then we'll try, I think we have one last person, Michelle Priano. I know she was back for a few minutes, but she's not available either. All right, so that's the end of our first speaking session.
I signed up for the last speaker of the first session.
What was that?
I signed up for the last.
Oh, you speak. Okay. All right.
Sorry, I put my name on the list, or added my name to the list. So my story is slightly different than Melissa Mara with regards to high school admissions. I have 3 kids in New York City public schools, one who is an 8th grader. Going into this process, I knew my lottery number was not good. It was the bottom 2%. So I was able to manage expectations somewhat. My son did not get a place on any of the high schools in his list. He was assigned to the American Sign Language and English Secondary School. I didn't know anything about this school, but in researching about this school, it seems like a great school for a highly specific student population, young people who are deaf, together with their siblings who wish to learn American Sign Language along with academics. So that is my story for the high school placement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janie, council member Janie. Okay, that is the end of our public speaking session. It's now 8:46. We still have quite a lot left of the meeting. Plus, I don't believe, I haven't heard yet that New York State is extending the emergency powers so that we can have remote meetings. So it would be important for us to finish both our calendar meeting and our business meeting today. And our next meeting will be in July for our in-person, it'll be in person. And we will be getting the details for that soon. Right now, I'm just doing my president's report, Chen Kwok.
I'm sorry for the interruption.
Yeah.
I just got a notice that Governor Hochul has extended the emergency.
Oh, he did? Oh, wow.
To July 14th.
To July 14th?
Came across the wire.
Just now, wow. Yeah, breaking news. Welcome to CECD2. But I still like to end early, so I'm gonna yield my time. But before I do that, I'd like our community know that we had a C37 process and a town hall for our superintendents. It was an interesting process. I'm not sure if Sean Davenport's online, but we have Superintendent Kelly McGuire here. I got to know you both more, and I hope I hope it was memorable. It's been a pleasure working with you, Kelly. As we will know in a few weeks. We have two incredible candidates, but we'll know in a few weeks who our superintendent will be for July going forward. And I I just want to say one last thing before I hand it over to Superintendent McGuire, that I've received a tremendous amount of emails regarding high school admissions. I know it's been very difficult from parents, and we've been compiling lists and lists of questions to ask Office of Student Enrollment, and we will be advocating on your behalf. We did this same thing. Len probably remembers. We had a special meeting last June, end of June, to discuss this issue, and I'm hoping we can do one again for all the concerned parents in our community about high school admissions. But please email us if you have inquiries for us to help advocate for you. Please also know that I've been hearing from parents that wait lists have been moving. I know they've been bouncing the wrong way and the right way, but they've been bouncing a lot in the past 24 hours. So keep an eye on that. And but we'll try our best to help in this situation. And that said, Superintendent McGuire, your superintendent report. Please begin.
Thanks so much, President Morton. I appreciate you always being an advocate on behalf of families, and all of CEC being an advocate on behalf of families, especially when it comes to issues that are as difficult as the high school application process here in New York. I know I normally pull up a PowerPoint presentation when it's my time to go, but I'm actually going to hold off on doing that, just given the nature of the different topics that have come up today. I know that they are incredibly personal, and that there are some challenges that our city is facing. And the truth is that, in regards to issues of safety, we don't have a solid answer as to how it is that we want to proceed. We don't have a consensus yet in the city in terms of what it is that we want to do in order to keep our schools safe. But we all are certainly on the same page in wanting the exact same thing for our children. And I think our heart breaks a little bit every single time we hear a story about Uvalde or any other community in the country that has faced such tragedy, and it's really just unimaginable. Here in New York, if there are changes that are to be made, those are going to be made at the level of City Hall, in conjunction with the Chancellor's office, and certainly the New York City Police Department. The rules and procedures that are in place now were put in place with NYPD with FDNY. And we saw a lot of changes. In my time working as an administrator in the city since the early 2000s, we've seen quite a bit of change. The city has implemented a general response protocol that helps us to really identify and systematize how it is that we keep students safe, either in the classroom or leave the building if there's something that's unsafe in the building. The city has implemented new programs that are really intended on being preventative. There is a structure that is a part of Respect for All that helps families, students, and teachers to report issues of bullying and mental health concerns that are available. And also we've seen an increase just in the past couple of years in the number of social workers that are working in our schools. And so, a lot of these are intended on being, a lot of these processes are intended on being preventative, just like some of the processes that have been proposed tonight, and additional security measures being proposed tonight. So, unlike many issues that come up in our schools where there may not necessarily be agreement, we are all in agreement in that we want to do everything that we possibly can to create a safe, nurturing, loving environment for our kids where they can grow and learn and come to CEC meetings when they're adults and advocate on behalf of their own children. So I just wanted to share that I am with you, and I certainly, in my conversations that I have with the central office, will communicate everything that is shared here tonight. And I know people are listening closely. There are a couple of other issues that have come up as well. You have been hearing a little bit about the proposed resolution to reduce class sizes, but very much related to that is the release of school budgets for the 2022-2023 school year. Those have just come out very recently with our principals, and in some cases the numbers are quite devastating. The budgets that are currently in the hands of principals are budgets that are based on a projected number of students. We know that the projected number of students is what dictates the budget at this point in the year. I say that at this point in the year because as schools grow in size, there are opportunities for the budget to increase. If the school does shrink and doesn't have as many students as they intended when schools open in September, it is possible that budgets can shrink. But the numbers that principals are working with right now are the best estimate that we have for the number of students who are going to be enrolled in any particular school. So principals just have those numbers, and as many of you know, these are numbers that many of our even most experienced principals are unsure of how to approach and work with. And so thankfully, they have a partner at our central office, and those are our budget directors and human resource directors who can really help principals to think about how it is that they are going to fund some of the projects that they really want to fund, how it is that they can move money around creatively. And then when none of that works, really to think about who are the staff in the building that may need to be accessed. And when we say accessed, that doesn't necessarily mean that someone is just fired. That means that they are that there isn't a spot for them. There isn't funding for them in a particular school, so they maybe be able to go and seek another job in a different school, either within District 2 or in this anywhere else in the city. And so these are really difficult times right now. I know that our principals have begun to reach out and communicate with our PTAs and SLTs in regard to their budget. Some of them have already had meetings with their budget directors and HR directors. Some of them are having meetings this week and next week. And that's just a really, really important step for principals to think about where it is that they can move money around, and if need be, where it is that they need to make cuts. So it is a tough time of year. There are a lot of conversations that are just very difficult to have with teachers. And unfortunately, some of our principals are having to have these tough conversations with multiple teachers in their school. But we are going to get through this. Our budget directors are incredibly smart about this kind of thing. They know how funding can be used and manipulated to do all different kinds of things in schools. And so more information will be coming from your schools. And I know that our principals will be reaching out soon as soon as they have a solid sense of what's going on in their school in regard to budget. And yet another difficult topic too at this time of year, enrollment updates. So yes, high school offers have been are out, middle school offers have been out, pre-K and 3K offers are currently being made and will continue to be made through June 27th. At the highest, what's most on people's mind, I think right now are the high school offers. And there are a couple of resources that are available to families. Certainly your middle school guidance counselor really can be the first point of contact in helping you to consider where it is that you might go with your child's application. They can offer you perspective in regard to waitlist number. And they can also offer ideas about how it is that the process may play out through the summer months. There are also public meetings that are available to support families here in the city. It's schools.nyc.gov/enrollment. And you can also always email the enrollment office at hs_enrollment@schools.nyc.gov. I'm also going to drop my email in the chat when I'm done talking here, and you can reach out to me and folks in our office. We can do the best that we can to help to support you, but some of this process, we just learn a little bit more as time plays out. But we can offer a lending year as well. The gifted and talented enrollment, that is open until June 17th. And so that is available for families in grades 1 through 3 who are still seeking to apply to a gifted and talented program, including our new 3rd grade G&T class that will be housed at PS 126. If you were here on our May meeting, you may have learned that we have a new class and a new program that's going to be at PS 126, a 3rd grade program where and applications are available to families from across the district. That is just for District 2. And one last thing, just in regard to enrollment, one of the adjustments that the city did make is that they extended the middle and high school wait lists. They're going to keep those open now until September 16th. I know that keeping that wait list open into the start of the school year might seem kind of surprising, but there are changes and shifts that still occur throughout the summer months and into the fall. And so extending that wait list a little bit longer is something that can be helpful. I'll just share a couple more highlights, again, without my PowerPoint presentation, but I'll just share a couple things with you. We have, I've mentioned before in the past that we've been tracking student attendance. We know that chronic absenteeism in the pandemic has been a huge challenge across the city. Our district attendance right now sits just under 94% at 93.6. our rate of chronic absenteeism is about half of that of New York City, which is 18%, it's dropped a couple of points actually, which is kind of surprising, but a great measure of how our students are showing up to school, even when we've been seeing spikes of COVID-19. In regard to COVID-19, there was a recent update from the mayor's office. Masks are no longer required in pre-K. That is now optional. They are available in schools for pre-K students, just like they are for students at all grade levels. But masking in pre-K classrooms is now optional. And then I'm just going to finish with a couple of celebrations, and then I will and I'll wrap up. So we have 3 new principals who are going to be nominated to the Chancellor's office as a result of both expansion in pre-K, as well as 2 retirements that are now publicly known across our district team and other principals. So in our pre-K programs, they have expanded in the past few years. And so we used to just have 1 principal assigned to pre-K, and now we have 2. So Ms. Angela Rodriguez is our 2nd pre-K principal. She was an assistant principal in our pre-K program. So now we have 2 principals in pre-K, Aisha Thurman Cosby and Angela Rodriguez. And after 39 years of service to the New York City Department of Education, Principal Alice Hom of PS 124 is retiring. And we are welcoming Miss Yi Law Chan, who was an assistant principal with Principal Hom for 8 years. So Yi Law, we will be putting her name forward to the Chancellor for a nomination as interim acting principal. And also, after a long career in the New York City Department of Education, Adele Schroeder of PS 59 is retiring. And we are putting forth her assistant principal, Nakia Wise, as our nomination for interim acting principal. We have been working with the school leadership, PTAs, SLTs of these schools, and speaking with them before we made any kind of nomination for these women to the new positions in which they are going to be nominated. And so we're very excited about that. And then I am just in this last bit here going to just share a couple of things on the PowerPoint here, because I do think that they are really special. So some of you may have seen in the newspaper last Sunday a beautiful review of a student theater performance, a ballet performance by one of our schools, Ballet Tech. We have Ballet Tech, the foundation and dance company, as well as Ballet Tech's, the school is one of our District 2 schools. And so there's a beautiful write-up about them in the New York Times this weekend, and in regard to their performance that they did at the Joyce Theater last week. We also want to celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. There were some wonderful performances at the Tweed Courthouse, and several of our schools were represented in dance and music, poetry and spoken word. It was just a really beautiful event at the Tweed Courthouse to celebrate AAPI month and to roll out the new curriculum for the city. We are very happy. We had a wonderful final principal conference with all of our principals at the New York Historical Society on May 31st. The New York Historical Society donated space to us, as well as food and breakfast and lunch. And it was just a really nice place to have a final end of year celebration for all of our principals. We are also celebrating Pride Month. And there's just an incredible list of resources, lesson plans, materials that teachers can use across the city to help to teach all levels of students, starting with support, tolerance, anti-bullying, and then moving up into the grades and talking about hidden voices and the history and contributions of members of the LGBTQ community. And so it was just a really fantastic set of resources that our schools have available to them. And I just want to thank you. This is a quick photo that we had taken at the New York Historical Society. This is most of our principals. I just want to thank you for giving me the time tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent McGuire. And if you can just stick around a little bit longer, we have some hands up for you. Councilmember Kwok, you have a question for the superintendent?
Superintendent McGuire, thank you very much. And thank you for going through the process of the superintendent town halls. Really greatly appreciate all that you've done for our district. And I'm just a little bit scared that you made your slides look very well. So I hope to see you at the next meeting. That's a personal thing. So
thanks so much. I appreciate that.
Just a question about the enrollment. So, several of our schools have already gotten their projected enrollments from the DOE versus their own, and there's some gaps. Clinton has 100 student gap, but some of these schools are high demand in long waiting lists, several hundred deep, 600, 700 deep. What is the plan to use the waiting list to fill that enrollment so that there's no gap? I'm just fearing that, can you confirm or deny that you will not keep the students out so that they are encouraged to go to schools that are, I'll call them undersubscribed. There's schools that are oversubscribed and there's schools that are undersubscribed, that you're not trying, that DOE is not either, overtly or covertly trying to direct students to the undersubscribed schools.
So I guess it's a little bit complicated, and I certainly don't want to, skirt my responsibility and my role in any of this. I do want to start by saying that any issues of enrollment are right now. We'll see what happens in the next iteration of how things roll out after schools are reorganized. But right now, all of those decisions are handled entirely by the enrollment office. In regard to schools that may, I guess there's like a couple of different things. So Clinton is probably a good example of a school that their projections for the fall are based on a percentage reduction that they may have seen over a year or two. And so the number that is currently projected for the fall is directly connected to the budget that's been allocated for the school. However, some principals know very well how it is that their enrollment changes changes in the months between the end of the school year and the start of the next. And so in a case like Clinton, if the principal there knows that he can expect that there will be additional students coming in, then he can advocate on behalf of the school to gain some additional funding, or hold on to some staff if he is anticipating that he is going to have the students. So it really comes down to kind of a school by school basis. I have not been told anything about how it is that the city enrollment office right now is approaching the question the direct question that you raise, which is a school that is highly sought after, a school with a large number of applications and some vacancies, and how it is that that might be treated by the enrollment office. I don't know right now. But I understand your question for sure. but I can't offer anything that I know, and I can't predict exactly what is going to happen with that.
Thank you very much. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Robin Kelleher, please ask your question or comment.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kelly, for your presentation. My question involves conversations I've had with several principals about, I brought this up to you personally, but I just want to get some more clarity around what's going on with literacy supports at various schools. Is it, to your knowledge, in fact, true that that money for individual schools is being reallocated toward the specific schools that Mayor Adams is delegating as like dyslexia schools? So are these supports being pulled, and will there be no further support for children who want to continue attending their current school or their current program, who might also have dyslexia or other learning challenges and aren't ready to go to a school specifically for dyslexia, but the funding will no longer be there because it instead will be specifically for those individual programs? Is that the case?
Yeah, I really appreciate you bringing that up, and I just, I want to, I'm not sure who heard some of our, CEC meetings or even the town hall that I presented at earlier in May, but I'm a strong advocate for keeping some of the programs that we have in place, or some version of them, to help students who are struggling with early literacy, or schools that just really need to help to create a more systematic curriculum for students in the early grades to help to support their learning needs, as well as to do as much as we possibly can to limit the number of students who may ultimately be diagnosed with dyslexia. So just to answer the financial question. So yes, the city is opening and piloting a school focused on students with dyslexia. And but that is just one school and will serve just a small number of kids. And the funding that has been put into programs like the iRead program that we have at PS 234, like the universal literacy coaches that we have at PS 33 and PS 111 and PS 1 and PS 2 and PS 51, and I'm probably missing one or two. Those resources and supports have truly been incredible and have shifted the experience of young people in those schools who may come out as struggling readers. And so there is an opportunity right now for those universal literacy coaches to reapply for a job that I would describe as similar, but is under the new Deputy Chancellor for Teaching and Learning, Carolyn Quintana, and the program that the central office is rolling out and organizing to address dyslexia. So
that's at those specific schools, though, not at their current schools.
It's unclear right now. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure if they are applying for, or when they apply, if the intention is to return them to the schools that they had previously been working in, or if it is to expand their portfolio of schools that they might be working with. I'm just not sure, but jobs that are very similar to ones that they currently have are posted, and many of them have applied, and we have some excellent people. And I have been advocating for those people to remain in our district because they have made such an impact.
I would love to get clarity as to whether or not schools that have in the past needed literacy support and will continue to need literacy support, especially after the pandemic, nothing's changed, whether or not they will be losing that funding and those teachers, those supports, and whether or not that will be reallocated specifically to the schools designated as dyslexia schools. Because I think many of us can agree that students can be diagnosed with dyslexia and have to deal with dyslexia, but might be better off served at their current school in their current neighborhood, rather than having to leave and further, I guess, cause harm to the schools with further drops of enrollment.
No, I agree. I agree with you. And I will see what it is that I can find out about this program and this allocation. And there are some other things that are going on in our schools that I think are really positive, that will help to support the development of teachers so that they are better at serving kids in the early grades who may be struggling with literacy. But I will advocate for holding on to these teachers and continuing the good work that they've been doing in their schools. And I will find out and share whatever it is that I can in regard to their role.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Robin Broshi, you have your hand raised.
Yeah.
Yes.
So first of all, I forgot, I think it was Nicole had said that one of her schools does an annual safety meeting, but that not all of her kids' schools do. So, but my understanding is that is mandated, right? Principals are expected to do an annual safety meeting with parents.
That's right. They are. Every school building, if there are 2 schools in a building, they would likely have one safety team. And there is to be one safety meeting that is open to the public per year.
Okay. So if parents aren't aware of that happening in their school, what should they do? And they feel like, the principal or whoever's responsible isn't following up on that responsibility.
Yeah, I definitely encourage parents to email the principal directly if they haven't heard about an open safety meeting. If there is trouble reaching the principal, the parent coordinator is also a great resource to contact the school, and our district office. Our district team is right there and available to help support as well.
Is there anything sort of as part of your job as well, in your current job as superintendent, that is it just sort of you trust it's being done unless you hear otherwise, or is there a mechanism where something like that would surface to your attention? Because if parents don't know there's supposed to be one, they might not know that there's not one happening.
So in order for a school to fully complete a school safety plan, which is a requirement, a school safety plan has to be required and has to be completed. The school has to list one of the meetings as their public meeting. They have to document which meeting it is that is the public meeting. So that's something that we can, that can be figured out in terms of which meeting throughout the course of the year was the public one.
Okay, and then just is there any parent representation on the safety team?
Yes, there are. And safety plans are, so whether it is a member of the SLT, and again, if we're talking about a building that has more than one school, it may be a liaison to the safety committee that is from just one school. But that safety plan also is something that should be shared with the school leadership team in each of the schools, even if there's more than one in a building.
Oh, wait, so I understand the safety plan is supposed to be shared with the SLT, but is a parent actually on the team that puts the plan together? Like, is there a liaison or?
There is a liaison to the safety committee, yeah.
Okay, so everyone who's a parent in a school, in theory, should know which is the parent that is attending these meetings, which I believe are once a month, right?
They are once a month. I'm not sure if there's an official mechanism by which the parent's name is shared publicly with the community, but that's something that I can check on.
Okay. I'll just say, like, I think, I've been doing this a really long time, and I've been involved in a lot of schools, and I only learned, I didn't know if it was specific to the school I was in this year, one of them, but so I did learn that there is often a parent, or not often, excuse me, there's somewhere it says that a parent gets to be on the school safety team. And after all these years, I only learned that this year. And so I think, especially when we're hearing from so many people in the community about how alarmed they are about safety, and there's different types of safety, I just think maybe a reminder to a friendly reminder to principals that they have to do the annual meeting. They have to be inclusive about making sure parents know that they get to be on the team that makes the plan. And that should be, probably like a representative from PTA or SLT, so that there's like a built-in reporting mechanism that's incorporated at PTA meetings.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez. Have your hand raised?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Robin Broshi, for bringing that all up, because I was going to touch on that. But what I will piggyback off of, I'm glad you explained that, because at our school, we've definitely, we live by, or PS 234 has had to go on lockdown even several times, even recently. We're close to the World Trade Center, so I think we are, there is a level of fear in the neighborhood regarding possible terrorist, even attacks. Even on Halloween, 1 year, 234 and PS 89 had to get shut down, and 289. And what I would say is that I have attended these safety meetings, and they're very helpful. And I know, just having a great relationship with our schools, how many times they're doing drills and tests, which can be very hard for some kids, especially those on the autism spectrum. But they've worked really well in creating a space for all kids to be comfortable in practicing these methods and working on them. My question to you tonight, being that Robin covered a lot of the safety plan issue, but I wanted to point out was, our schools typically, all doors are typically locked with the exception of the one coming in and out, which is where a safety resource officer would be located in order to sign these guests in. Is that typically how it's supposed to go, or is that open or up to the principal and or the safety plan?
There is one door that is to remain unlocked. That's the door that is by the school safety agent. This is current policy. There's one door to
correct.
Remain
yeah, I'm discussing current.
Yep, that's the one that is
correct. And is it?
But others are intended to be locked unless there are children coming in, going out of it, going to a schoolyard or something like that.
Right. But throughout the day, when the doors are not being used, aside from the one that remains open, most of the other doors are locked. It's customary for these schools to lock down those
not only
doors.
are they locked, but they should also be alarmed. Sorry to interrupt you, but there,
right.
Years ago, the city has
that I was going into that.
Yeah.
Correct. I had my son was a runner. That was one of my biggest fears. So I remember that being explicitly noted, and that made me feel much more safe.
Yeah.
Do we know? I'm curious, because I've read in locking all doors. Would that is it possible that's considered a fire hazard? And I heard you mention that the NYPD, as well as the city council, in charge of creating these policies that schools are able to utilize in regard to safety. And I'm just wondering if having to have at least one door remain open at all times, to me, the first thing that popped in my head was for fire. Is that something that you know could possibly be the reason, or can you touch on that at all?
And just to confirm, you know, when you're talking about fire hazard, you're not talking about student being able to leave the building. Like if there is a fire, then everybody is able to leave. The doors aren't locked from the inside. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Correct.
I actually, I don't have the full list of, research that was done or the decisions that were made in regard to, why the one door would be left open. I'm just not sure if locking that door would be considered a fire hazard or not.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Next set of questions are regarding the projected enrollment and budgets that our principals received. One consensus I've heard from several principals throughout our district was that the projections were extremely low, to the point where a lot of schools are, I mean, and I can speak even for my son's school, they sent out several, even after their normal days that they send out, will you be coming back? Just as of recently, in the past couple of weeks, they've even sent out 2 more. Are you very sure? If you're deciding to leave, even if you're unsure, please let us know. And after collecting a lot of that data, the DOE is more than likely going to have to owe a lot of schools, not just ours, but a lot of schools money for the accurate amount of students in order to support all their needs. And not all schools have the PTA funds to offset these costs. How much lower? I guess my question to you is, and I think this is pretty standard, because I know even if a school does have a decrease in numbers come, October 31st, when they actually do the set numbers, the schools in the past were usually having to owe the DOE back money. And unlike the DOE, who has until spring to give these schools money, the schools are typically, in the past, pre-pandemic, were required to give this money by November. Like, it was like immediately they had to divvy that money back. Have you seen any changes in that, in the projected numbers? Like, is the percentage gone down much more than usual? And if I'll let you answer that first.
Yeah. I mean, I would, my hope is that the number of kids who show up at the doors of our schools is going to be more than the number that are currently on the registers for our schools. If that happens, then I think there won't be, I think everybody in the Department of Education will be very happy if there are more kids who are showing up at our doors in the fall. I have not heard about I have not heard widespread from principals that they are feeling like were significantly under projected. The data that they have, I think for the most part, seems to be consistent with the numbers that they're anticipating right now in their schools. But for some of our schools, things do change over the summer months. And so if that does happen, then the city will allocate funds for that school. There is a process. There is a snapshot that is taken on October 31st and another one in December to adjust funds for schools. Schools can receive more or less depending on how many kids are in their building or who's in their building. I'm I'm not sure if I'm answering the question correctly, but I'm not sure if I'm answering the question the way that correctly.
Yeah, it was just overall, if that decline of projected was slightly different than in previous years.
Yeah, and I would say in pre-pandemic, like, you know, I heard as many stories about schools that had fewer kids as I heard schools that had more kids. It really just depended on the year and the school.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you. I believe someone in the community has their hand raised. SG, you please sign. I put in the chat to sign up for the the second public speaking session. There's a link there if you're interested in signing up and speaking. We're getting to the second public speaking session shortly, hopefully. But thank you very much, Superintendent McGuire, for your report and your responses. I do want to state that when you first became superintendent, we had a discussion, and you know, I've been beating the drum. I've been very worried about enrollment numbers, very worried about school funds drying up. We're starting to see the tsunami building here, and it's going to be a double whammy in 2024, 2025, when federal funds, stimulus funds start to dry up for schools, and if our enrollment stays down. And to me, this is very frightening. And I hope things change, because when I hear numbers coming from PS 116 of losing, I don't know, 500, 600,000, the same with Clinton, the same with PS 33, and that's 3 of just 49 schools in our district. That's going to impact the schools tremendously. And it's just, when I felt that, it was just awful. And I don't know how you fix that. We're going to lose fantastic teachers, or we're going to lose fantastic programs, or we're going to lose both. And, you know, it's going to be devastating for our district and to our students. So we have to come together and do something about this. But, all right, I'd like to move to a report of the committees, and thank you again, Superintendent McGuire. Councilmember Ushmanil, yes.
Hi, thanks. In the interest of time, I'll try and go as quickly as possible. Reporting on the Students in Temporary Housing and Students with Economic Need Committee. We had a lovely meeting on May 19th that actually included some really wonderful members of the community who found our committee and wanted to get involved and shared their own personal stories. A couple of other things I wanted to mention. All of us and our pandemic EBT cards will be receiving an additional $375 per child on those cards to account for spring and summer foods. If you want a reminder on how to get a card, get a card that you lost and or misplaced, there is a how-to on the Students in Temporary Housing Committee page on the CEC website. I just put the link in the chat. Please feel free to let your liaison schools know. I do believe that $375 is already on our cards. There are also a number of means by which, if you use that money and you want to make a donation in kind, there are places where you can use it on Amazon to buy food for some community school pantries within District 2, as well as for one of our family shelters in District 2. And there's other means by which you can donate that money. Another point to be made, I can see from the background in Kelly's office, he has been busy allocating supplies that we bought with our CECD2 budget. He was kind enough to offer on his rounds of going to different schools to drop off the calculators and backpacks. And I just wanted to thank him for that. Hope that the schools also get good use out of that. We ended up donating calculators to LMC, MS 131, Sun Yat-sen, 75 Morton, Wagner, Baruch, MAT, and City Knoll. And backpacks got allocated to PS 111, PS 11, PS 51, PS 33, PS 124, 42, 132, and 126. So well done us. And I thought that was an excellent use both of school supplies for elementary school children as well as graphing calculators. And also thank you to Reggie, who I think helped Kelly with that project as well. And then we will plan a meeting in July and hopefully one that we can get in before the open meeting laws changes so that we can do it remotely, just to talk about how we can keep up the momentum over the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Neal. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez, you had a meeting recently. What will you be sharing with that?
Yesterday. Yes. I kind of wanted to touch on, we had the Literacy Academy Collective come and speak, as well as 2 teachers and a principal, Dana from PS234, that hosted the I Read pilot. It was a K through 1 literacy program that was based on the OG methods and practices that treat students with dyslexia. We also had Terry from PS 276 join us as well, and Kelly McGuire. And I just wanted to share, just based off of some of what the council members said about the new initiative. And I do believe that although the 2 schools are a separate class, for those on the spectrum of dyslexia that are just much more severe and need a more isolated setting, that there are opportunities, at least in certain schools, and I know they're hoping to train as many teachers as possible throughout the district as well as the city. That is the overall goal of the program. And that they are supposedly having a universal screening for all students, regardless of you being placed in that school, at least by fall of 2022. And the training for teachers throughout the district would begin spring of 23. So just a quick update, and thank you for all of those that came.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kaushik Das, you have a report?
Sorry. I do want to point out, though, that may be the goal of the dyslexia program. I would point out that many schools are reporting that they're losing their specialists for many of these programs. That is definitely the case where my daughter just graduated from PS33. We're hearing it from other schools as well. So while that may be the stated goal, there's definitely a disconnect, and there's definitely an effect of the budget cuts. And there is concern from principals and parents that money is being shifted towards one program, away from current programs in use towards that program, and the new program is not in place yet. In any case, that wasn't why I raised my hand. It's just a concern that I've seen and heard expressed so far. Admissions and Diversity Committee, we also had a meeting June 1st at 6:30. We had a huge attendance, somewhere in the order of 200 people just in the Zoom at one point or another. I don't know how many people are watching from YouTube. I will try to post the YouTube link in the chat for those who missed it. We had 3 main topics of discussion. The first was regarding expansion of GNT into PS 126. Robin, you want to chat a little bit about that first?
Well, we had the principal, and he was very excited to be there and to share the news. There were questions for him as to how that might work, as to whether or not further expansion. We're all hopeful that that'll be the case. But overall, it was just a very positive part of our committee meeting, and it was fun to share some good news for once about the Gifted and Talented program.
From there, we also discussed 2 other issues: middle school admissions and high school admissions. Joining us was DOE's Chief Enrollment Officer, Sarah Kleinhandler, and the head of high school and middle school admissions, Matthew Borghini. A lot of this had to deal with community feedback for the process of school year and suggestions for next. It was a good meeting. They listened to the feedback. However, at the time, high school offers had not gone out yet. Since that past week, and I meant to make this announcement earlier, but I forgot to add it as an agenda item. We have heard a lot of heartbreaking stories from families regarding their high school choices. And we've gotten a lot of questions as well. I'd like to read an email that I sent out just to my limited admissions and diversity list, but it's probably worthwhile to the whole community. It says, "Dear community and prospective high school parents, we wanted to add to tonight's meeting that we have heard from many heartbreaking stories from families that received none of their high school choices. This was a concern that Admissions and Diversity Committee and the majority of CECD2 Council raised as early as July, and several times again since February, at all levels of the DOE up to the Chancellor himself. This is partly due to the fact that graduating 8th graders from District 2 lost district priority under Mayor de Blasio and Chancellors Carranza and Porter. The result last year was 18% of graduating 8th graders from District 2 and 11% from Manhattan received no offer. Despite many resolutions and discussions, this was not adjusted this year with even borough priority. The other part of this debacle this year lies with the fact that high school admissions, which I've been on record as calling out as lottery masquerading as screening, well over 60% of all graduating 8th graders were deemed Tier 1 academically, and within this extremely large bucket, lottery numbers are used for ranking over academic concerns. While this is not specifically listed agenda item, we would add that many family members are coming to discuss this high school admission concern tonight. This would also include waitlist issues beyond what was already discussed. We intend to make a committee announcement, and I also intend to share information received for enrollment in a meeting that I attended just yesterday with several CCHS members. I attached some of the information in the email, but I would like to share the screen here. And I don't know, Ben, if you can add public documents on the fly, but I can send them to you. While all this may not solve the frustration and anguish families will have regarding their child's academic future, we will listen, pass along to the DOE as vehemently as we can, and assist in any way that we can. Please know that we fought as hard as we could, as early as we could, in anticipation of exactly this terrible state we find ourselves in today. So one of the concerns that many people had is they got none of their 12 choices and then got a school that they hadn't heard of. Similar to Janie's point, she got the American Sign Language School, which is a great school, but probably not a good fit for her child, and probably depriving another child who is in need of those services. The enrollment did share how they went by, and I'll try to share the screen, how they came to these decisions. It's kind of complex and in the weeds. I'll rather just share the document. But suffice to say, there were many concerns that were made, including how far they were, whether or not this was a zone school their community, whether or not their school continued on past middle school. But they have a complex list of priorities, which is best to just read the document. I would say that several CEC members, and there were CEC members from various districts that were in on these that had made suggestions. We had all were actually uniform in suggesting that perhaps that they not use such a prescribed method, and that they first send out some sort of survey or feelers out to parents who were likely to be in this situation. They felt that this could not be done in the time allotted. We severely disagreed, but this is the state that we're in right now. They also suggest, I'm trying to share screen as I talk, sorry. Let's see, can people see that? Here are the different steps. I don't even know how to go about. Place students in any schools that they applied to if they had seat availability and a student different from their choice. They excluded zone programs, I think because they're overbooked. Exclude audition screen schools because they required additional criteria, and not in the program this student that the previous applied to because they were already filled. They tried to place students in a zone school or continuing school that was not on their list. Continuing school should take precedence. They also looked at the student's mode of interest and district borough preference. It gets more complex from there on out. In any case, I urge parents to look at this document. It's quite complex how they went about it. I still understand this is not going to solve many parents' concerns. We asked the question, what should parents do if they're still unhappy? Apparently, they did reach out to many parents who were unhappy with their offers. Apparently there were 2 sessions that are already that have already happened. We were not aware of them. There are 3 more that are coming. The first one is tomorrow, June 15th at 5:30. The next is the day after at 1 p.m. and the last at June 21st at 5:30. Again, the ones that already happened, they said at least 800 parents went. They said they felt that was a quarter of the families that weren't placed, though later said that the number was actually higher than that. I know this is confusing to many. It is to us as well. We're trying to advocate as strongly as we can for all the parents who didn't get a spot. I would urge that they continue to reach out to us via email, and we'll try to put you in touch with as much information as we can. Keep in mind that our information is only what DOE reports to us. We did compile a list of questions. CCH already posted several, which some of the other councils had some say in, and we didn't have answers to most of them. Some things that come to the top of my mind that said is a similar percentage from last year received their top choices previous years, and similar percentage of people we got offers. To me, that also means that we expect this year that it's a similar number of people did not get offers, which would be 18% for our district. There might be a small adjustment to the fact that enrollment has already declined, probably by 10%. So perhaps that number is 17% instead of 18%, which is not going to be a consolation to many parents. In any case, sorry to end on a downer, but those are the concerns. I know we heard from many parents, and we heard from many parents today, and others who were afraid to speak just because of their own personal situation. But please continue to reach out to us. Ben, I don't know. Could you answer? Can you post documents on the fly?
Yeah, I could post it online if you've forwarded it to me. I'll do it after our meeting, and and then tomorrow we can maybe send it out to the district to share that, because these 3 meetings, there could be many in our community who would like to attend.
Great, thank you very much,
and thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Lim Fong Sun.
Yes, just another anecdote on high school placements. I'm speaking on behalf of another family who is a Chinese family that speaks Chinese at home that was also allocated to the American Sign Language School. Kush, you went through this process in terms of their decision-making tree. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I hear you. We advocated pretty strongly to send out surveys to the families, suggesting that what was important to the families could vary immensely. Some might value an area of interest like STEM or the arts or writing, while others might value convenience and proximity to home, and that we should not be making those decisions for those parents. Trust me, it was mentioned many times by several different CEC members. I don't think this issue is even dependent on how you feel about screen middle schools. I think the majority of CEC members were advocating for parent choice on this, but they felt it couldn't be.
It's worse than I think enrollment is surprised that it's worse than they expected. I mean, we warned them that it would be a disaster and that parents would be very upset, and I think they're surprised that it's this bad. Janie, I also know of a Hispanic family, lives in Queens, a special situation because the mother is a teacher in Manhattan, and she too, the daughter, was assigned to American Sign Language School.
Just for the record, it's a lovely school. I know Councilmember Janie said so. They're a wonderful community. They've been on here, but if there are kids around the city that need access there, they should be provided. Not, it's a waste of time for others. But all right, let's move along to thank you for your committee reports, both Robin Kelleher and Kashik Das. And if we can move on to the discussions of the resolutions. It's item 9 on the agenda, if you're keeping tabs. So resolution 199, school safety. Are there any council members with questions or concerns? Before we do that, I just want to mention one thing. I've had the opportunity over the past few weeks to meet with some very wonderful parents, outspoken parents, concerned parents, worried parents. And it was a pleasure to get feedback and to learn of their concerns. And I know some were on earlier and some are on still. This is a concern for our community. So, and it's appropriate that we discuss it. So are there any council members who have anything to add or question?
I'm sorry, this is the safety resolution.
Yeah,
correct?
safety
199?
resolution 199. Yeah, school safety resolution. Yes, Councilmember Keller.
I just want to add on that since we began writing this safety resolution, this has been a long time coming. About 4 or 5 days after Uvalde, my oldest son attends Lab Middle School, was in a lockdown after dismissal. It lasted for about an hour. There were gunshots outside. Some people ran into the school. It's unclear who ran into the school. It was a scary situation for the parents and for the students. I had parents, I was actually driving at the time, and I had parents calling me because their children didn't have phones. A lot of kids were very upset. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know if they were in danger. They didn't know who'd come in the school. They heard lots of noise. It was a terrible situation. And of course, all of us are thinking about Uvalde. And it was pouring rain. I had to pull over in about an hour, try to figure out what exactly was going on and try to determine whether or not our kids were safe. Several blocks away, I had 2 other kids attending 33. They didn't even know about it. There's so much more we need to do in terms of safety and communication. We really need to encourage our safety agents to act like safety agents and not to feel like they have to take a step back. I've heard rumors that that they've felt like they shouldn't report everything and they shouldn't overreact, and that there's a lot of pressure to sort of downplay incidents. And I'm here to say that's the exact opposite of what parents want. I mean, we're here tonight hearing parent after parent after parent saying they want more safety. They're so grateful to have these safety agents. Even council members who voted a year ago not to have safety agents come from the NYPD, and that resolution thankfully didn't pass. Even those council members tweet about being supportive of these safety agents. So I want to continue as a community to thank our safety agents and to encourage them to act on their impulses and to I'd rather be safe than sorry. So that day, those students at 33 didn't lock down because they didn't know what was going on, even though they were only a few blocks away. But they were put on buses, and those buses took about an hour and a half to get home because they kept rerouting different directions through Chelsea. And needless to say, again, another group of terrified parents calling, trying to figure out where the buses are. And many of those students, since they were in elementary school, didn't have phones and didn't know what was going on. So as everyone parent who came on here said, in whatever words they used, safety has to be a priority. It's not if, but when something happens to our children. To what degree, we don't know. Dogs will not do it. We need to lock doors. We need to encourage our safety agents to act. We need to have communication among staff and safety agents and the police department. We need to have panic buttons. We're not talking about, very expensive situations here. And to one parent who did speak earlier, we're asking for the audit to happen by the end of this year. We're asking for locks to happen now. Some of the other measures, which are more time consuming and costly, we're trying to be lenient with the DOE and say, well, we'll expect this to happen in a timely manner, but we're trying to be understanding. But make no mistake, we are going on record here saying that safety is #1 priority. It should not be partisan. And we all agree that schools must be a safe haven for our children. Thank you.
As well said there. Councilmember Daniela Igorov.
Thank you. I just wanna explain why I'm gonna vote in support of this resolution. Of course, after Uvalde, like every single parent in America, I am also very concerned about mass shootings. But as somebody said here, and I immediately went to look at the data, it's rare in large cities like New York City, and thankfully we have very strict gun laws in our city. But as Robin mentioned, I am very concerned about the everyday crime in our city and how it is impacting our schools. My son's school also have to be sheltered in the last month because there was fight with knives and people being injured at dismissal time. And so, and this, unfortunately, it's something that we need to deal with, and it's impacting our schools. As I have said multiple times, the violence in the streets are spilling into our schools and having a huge impact inside. And so I really want to make sure that we pass this resolution to ensure that our schools are safe. And finally, I just want to really thank so many council members here who have been fighting to keep our school safety agents for such a long time, because there has been a lot of people in the city who wanted to get rid of them. And imagine if we're dealing with this rising crime now, with the rising bullying, with the rising violent incidents inside our schools without their support. So let's make sure that we really thank the people who had the vision to make sure that the school safety agents stayed in our schools. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Daniela. Are there other council member comments, questions? Councilmember Doss? You're muted, please.
Someone mentioned there was a resolution last year too, if I recall correctly, not just, it was actually to move safety agents from the police department to the DOE control, if I remember correctly. And I'm curious if any of the council members here from that were around from that resolution. I think there were 4 of them. And particularly ones that voted against it, would care to, or voted for the change, care to elaborate on the reasons for that and how they support them in how they might support them in given today's concerns that we heard from the parents. No, I didn't think Councilmember Broshi would care to respond. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to then move on to resolution 200.
I don't mind responding. I didn't put my hand up. I apologize, Ben, and it wasn't directed towards me, but as a fellow council member, I don't think it's appropriate for you to call somebody out when it's your time to speak about the resolution. But I don't mind speaking on that regards, because I think it was very false that someone said something to the effect that we wanted to get rid of safety resource officers when that was never the case. It was to indeed remove them from the NYPD and have them employed by the DOE. And that's all I have to say about that.
That is what I said, and it's totally fair to ask that if it's an issue today. Had we made such a change, it would decrease its reaction time from the New York Police Department and the effectiveness of such reactions, which was the case that was made by other council members at the time. And I think it's completely appropriate to have this discussion because it is in fact a discussion. And people who had insight and strong opinions on this should be forced to defend or explain those decisions because they pertain today.
How are you going to force me, Kasha?
I can't, but your silence speaks volumes.
You just
And
said
not surprising at all, as I said. Not surprising.
The bait is dangling, but I already had dinner. Sorry.
I do like to mention one thing in our in Resolution 199, because there is a shortage of safety agents, and supposedly that will be somewhat rectified by September, but we can easily rectify it or improve the situation if we look at just at crossing guards. They are part of the NYPD, but they're not peace officers. Safety agents are considered peace officers. That's a different designation than from police officers. So if we can change the makeup of just crossing guards and put them as peace officers, then they can then use that time in between drop off and pick up, and they can work in the schools and assist the safety agents. So I think, someone was talking about out of the box thinking. Well, how do we get more safety agents in schools? I mean, we had a resolution last month. John Keller, who I see is with us today, he's on the former CECD2 member and on a community board, pushing for more safety agents at PS 255 and at PS 40 or MS 255 and PS 40, and he's taking a great leadership role there. And so many in our community have been asking, to restore those numbers, because this is a concern. And in the past month, I was shocked to learn that we have an open door policy. It's just, and the chancellor knows about it. And hopefully, I was in a meeting this week. I should also make a note. The chancellor invited council presidents to a meeting this past weekend, last Saturday, and he is willing to look at ideas. And so if this resolution passes, it's my intention to email the chancellor. He provided us with his email at this meeting, and he also said he would like to discuss this further. This was a big issue for him, Chancellor David Banks, and I think this is where District 2 can take a leadership role, at least for our concerns for our own district, but also to advocate for the rest of our borough and in our city. Councilmember Silverman. Yes.
No, I wasn't going to speak on this resolution, but
you want to?
I think I will. I think I will. I know it's getting late, but it's natural after the recent shooting in Texas to, of course, think about what went wrong and things along those lines. I just want to mention that I do believe that our New York City public schools are remarkably safe places overall. I mean, it's certainly, we do have cases of certain schools, we have metal detectors, but most of the threats to those schools come from individual students within the schools. I think the lessons of the Uvalde shooting incident, which has really set a lot of parents and raised a level of concern, certainly in our community, is there were certain failures there that should be addressed. And I think this resolution goes a great way to looking into, protocols and procedures and doing simple things that really can go a long way. Obviously, if you look at what happened in Texas, locking a door is a basic thing. But I would point out I believe there are over 130,000 K through 12 schools in the United States of America with over 50 million students. I think this year, and it's a terrible number, I believe that 83 people have been injured or killed in school shootings. I think the actual number of people that were killed is 24 or 25, the majority being this most recent incident. And every single one of those numbers is a tragedy and is too high. But I would just point out that statistically in the overall numbers, our New York City schools do remain safe places, especially in comparison to areas in our overall community. I think we should look into ensuring that our students are protected during their commutes, which certainly many of us have students that travel distances, may have to take the subway. I think the subways are far more areas of concern than our schools. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed. And I do think we have a mental health issue clearly in this city. And I do think one of the lessons of what happened in Texas is that parents and people in the community can look for warning signs. And I think there should be some money allocated to really for mental health and identifying people that may have issues that could be a concern for the community. But I do support this resolution, but I do want to keep things overall in perspective because there is that natural inclination. And certainly we don't want to think that that could happen in our community. But I would say that overall, I believe that the principals in our district are doing an admirable job of ensuring the protection of their students. So I just wanted to mention that. And again, it's natural to be concerned. It's natural to have those feelings, and I'm not minimizing them. And I'm certainly I have 2 students that are right now in public schools. One of them commutes quite a distance each day, but I do think if we follow the protocols and procedures, and I do support this resolution, but again, we just need to remain vigilant, but not lose sight of the overall fact that people are doing the best that they can at this point in time.
All right, thank you, Len. Let's move on to resolution 200. Are there any questions, comments? Council members? All right, going once, twice, 3.
Wait.
All right.
I'll vote in support of this resolution. I think the bill the legislature is very problematic. It is really diluting mayoral control, and it is diluting the PEP. And it's laid out in the resolution a lot of the reasons why this happening. I think that there's an attempt to undermine Chancellor Banks and Mayor Adams' authority here. Because some people don't like the agenda that they are pushing, but New York City residents voted for them, and for Mayor Adams, and I personally cannot imagine a more qualified school chancellors than David Banks, who is laser focused on literacy and on really making sure that the biggest problem that we have in New York City, which is 50% of children who cannot read at grade level, are going to have access finally to a curriculum that includes science of reading, that includes phonics, so they can actually learn to read.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lupe Hernandez.
Thank you. Well, I'll start off by saying that mayoral control started 20 years ago. And this has been an ongoing dispute, I think, by many councils, many districts, many parents, families, educators, administrators have, for the past 20 years, been very vocal in wanting a more democratic school governance. This is nothing against Mayor Adams nor Chancellor Banks. However, I would like to, I would be interested to know if this council would still be pushing a 4-year mayor extension if Bill de Blasio was still in office. So I don't think that one man should have the power of appointing a chancellor and then appointing the majority to the panel of education policy where actual contracts are being approved. I will also state that all members, including mayor appointees as well as borough president appointees, have expressed in the past on the PEP that they need better training. And part of the legislation does include more hour training. And the comptroller is there to provide as an advisory role as many PET members have spoke, that it is very difficult to make decisions on multi-million-dollar contracts that affect our entire city's school system, the largest school system in the country, that affects the most students. I think that when we heard at the hearing back in March, and this was actually before Gifted and Talented was extended, I heard many people on the other side of the aisle, including some of the council members that are mentioned, the presidents that are mentioned in the resolution, not entirely speaking in favor of mayoral control. And so it's interesting now that their policy has shifted and more aligned with this group, that they all of a sudden want mayoral control. I also want to point out the disparity of equating some council members, presidents' votes on the CEC as not being as valid as a vote for someone as a district as large as ours. I actually calculated in the percentage of participation when it came to those that voted in the districts, they actually had a higher percentage of getting the votes within their districts of participation. Being that we are one of the largest, and you included numbers that included high schools, but at the same time said that they don't represent the high schools. So you included the numbers for high school students, and yet high school students were not voting in the CEC. So when you take that percentage, even K through 8, it diminished quite a bit. And I don't think it was appropriate to call out some of the smallest districts that are the most marginalized, especially calling out these CEC presidents that have done phenomenal work in their communities. And when I say participation, I don't mean just participating in the CEC election. I mean participating as a community to uplift the district and the schools. These districts that you call out, though small, have done amazing work. And I don't think it's fair for you to compare a district of about 6,000 students to ours when we're in the 30,000s. It's deplorable. I will be voting no against this resolution.
Excuse me, Councilmember Silverman, I know you have your hand raised, but I just want to make one response here to Councilmember Lupe Hernandez. I'm not a sponsor or author on this resolution, but you attribute that I have taken a position on mayoral control in the past or in the present. I have done neither, actually. I've never taken any public position on mayoral control. And in fact, I'll take one now. I've always been in favor of mayoral control because I've lived through the 70s. I lived through the 80s. I'm dating myself here. And now I'm on a education board, a community education council, but I saw what happened in the 70s and 80s and 90s. It was complete corruption. It was inability to provide basic education for many communities, and I would have voted to keep, even though I disagree wholeheartedly with many of de Blasio's policies, but I would have been in support of mayoral control. And I do think what is being done to Mayor Adams, Eric Adams, and to Chancellor Banks speaks volumes by only providing him 2 years of control. And I stood hand in hand the other week with African-American community leaders and agreeing wholeheartedly that what they're doing to our mayor and to our chancellor is wrong, and they should be provided absolutely the opportunity and the accountability to provide a better education for our students. So please do not attribute something to me that I've never said publicly, and it was clearly misinformation, and shame on you for doing that. All right, Councilmember Silverman.
I never once addressed you
No,
about that. So, but
you
I will
implied
like
it.
to say
You
that
implied
the
it, and
Blasio-
you
How did I
implied it,
imply
and I
for
don't
you?
appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you took your stance, and now everyone knows. But I never was implying you. But I would like to point out
Then
the
look
fact
at the
that Bill de
recording.
Blasio did not get a 4-year extension. In fact, they did give him 2. So the Chancellor Banks and Mayor Adams is not the only administration to just receive 2 years. In fact, I think Mayor de Blasio even had an extension of 1 year at one point because he had not lobbied enough.
Yes.
So
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman.
I would like to, in some respects, just echo what President Morton just said. First of all, I am in favor of mayoral control. I do go back as far as Ben does in actually remembering the 70s and 80s and the corruption, especially at the local level. I can tell you that the only place that is probably more corrupt is in Albany. And that's the last thing that I want to see. We've seen what they've done in terms of our criminal justice system. The last thing I want is to see Albany running our educational system. I can tell you that. So I did not agree with, I will echo what Ben had said. I do not agree with de Blasio. Certainly your point is fair in recognizing that policy-wise, myself certainly, and perhaps other members of this council disagree with de Blasio, but I will tell you that I certainly do support and have always supported mayoral controls over schools. And I voted that way also in CPAC as well. Now, with that being said, I also just wanted to point out that we have our current mayor, specifically because presumably people elected him because they liked his policies. And I'm presuming that also has something to do with his policies on education. So I think there's a direct correlation between a democratic system and having the mayor who is the elected representative of New York, rightly or wrongly. And like I said, I didn't agree with the last mayor, but making those decisions. I'm happy that I certainly am aligned with what I hope are the current administration's values in terms of accelerated learning, educations in general. That remains to be seen, but I do support this resolution. I have one reservation on this resolution, which is the last whereas section on, I think it's page 1. I'm sorry, on page 2. And some members have raised, I think, an issue of whether or not the reason there's only a 2-year extension might be racially motivated. I'm not comfortable with that assumption. I understand, I heard what Ben just said, but I don't like when race becomes a crudgel for policy. So I'm not comfortable with that language in making that assumption of that race is behind some of these things that are going on. So I would support this resolution. I don't support that particular whereas clause, but I'm just going to throw that out there. But I do support the resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Doss.
So much to go on. So first, I'll address. I'd like to address some of Councilmember Hernandez's statements. First of all, you point to the amazing work all these CEC presidents have done. Actually, nowhere in this document does it actually discuss their work positively or negatively. It is my personal opinion that it is your opinion that they do amazing work. I think the work that they're pushing is not to the long-term benefit of the minorities they claim to support. I do not think it empowers Black and Brown students for their future. And on record in disagreeing with that, but that is actually not in the document in any way. You say it's not fair to compare them to other districts. That is exactly my point. The reason why that they were brought up has nothing to do with them in particular, but exactly because of the size of their districts and how the size of their districts gives them a disproportionate voice in matters that affect our city, and in this case, our borough. That's it. That is the reason why if you say they had an even higher percentage than us, great. That makes my point even more so. That is the sole purpose of bringing them up, and it's the statement still stands. As for the mayoral control, yes, de Blasio did not get 4-year extensions, I think, in his second term. Same for Bloomberg. I believe they both got 4 years extensions on their first term, which is apples to apples to what you're comparing today. I do agree with Ben, and I stood with Black leaders at a rally who absolutely came out of their mouths. There's video I have of the event. Perhaps I should include it as a link. That was from their mouths. That being said, if Len is uncomfortable with it, and if the other co-sponsors agree, I'm happy to remove that one line, but I leave that for Chen and Robin to decide with me. And then lastly, I forgot to mention that so there are three small, there's some additions I added to the document that I would like to officially add as amendments, or at least vote on rather as amendments. If I could share my screen one more time. Where are we? This was brought up by members from other CECs. One is, whereas the addition of a D75 parent to every CEC is also unworkable. Even if it's possible to fill the 32 vacancies, which by the way is an issue for many of the CECs that are smaller than ours, again, not disparaging, it's just the fact that size has these concerns. Each CEC will then have a total of 12 members. Councils will then have difficulty dealing with quorum and potential deadlocks on voting. I have an issue with the number 12. In the whereas, therefore, the suggestion is CEC membership should not be enlarged to 12 members. If a D75 member must be added, it should come with the reduction of one of the appointed members. And then I made 2 minor changes here. They're grammatical. One is per child, and each guardian gets 1 vote. I think obvious for us who have gone through the process, but not for those who may not be in the weeds. Again, parliamentarian, I forget at what point do we vote to add these? Is it now or is it before the vote? I forget, but those are the amendments I would like to add.
You would have to obviously make a proposed amendment before a vote.
Right, but do we do it now or right before the vote?
Well, you would do it before the vote. You could do it now if you propose an amendment.
All right. Well, I'd like to make an motion to add these changes. If it needs to be voted on later, so be it. Any seconds?
So we have a motion to add. All right, Janie, to take a vote.
Yeah, well, before we do this,
Oh, we can actually discuss it too.
yeah, can we do the motion to add and also the motion to subtract the other one at the same time, or do you have to do a vote for each one?
How about a motion to edit?
Well, wait, can I hear from
parliamentarian?
Yeah, I can hear from Robin and Chen on their thoughts on removing this one sentence.
I'd like to respond to that as one of the co-sponsors. When Mayor Adams made his announcement about expanding the Captioning Talent program, he and Chancellor Banks stood in front of us. Well, Adams was on camera because he had COVID. Chancellor Banks referred to mayoral control as mayoral accountability. And he said, not if, but when. I'm positive that Adams will have mayoral accountability, and that if he does not, that would be an act of racism. And he himself felt it was a racist move to take that away from the first Black mayor that was democratically elected in New York City. And I'm fine if we want to take that away, if we take that line away because people feel that way. But I do want to just make it clear that the chancellor himself felt that it would be inappropriate. So I defer to the group here.
Chen, thoughts?
Councilmember Kwok? You're muted. Oh, he lost his co-hosting. All right, you're co-host.
Chen, needs his other account to be co-host. He might be in transit.
Okay, I just made one co-host.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, sorry. I'm switching to my phone now. So I just want to speak briefly. I know it's dragging out. It's getting very late. I think it's an important issue. The mayoral control. What I learned through the suffering of Bill de Blasio years is that, as much as I hated his administration and all the chances that he brought in, some of it was really unbearable. There are days where I was just in despair over education policy. At least we know that once we get him out, we have a chance at a new administration. But it turns out, I'm on CEC, and as I learn more about how education policies and laws are made, I find out that we have nameless and faceless legislators or people behind the scenes, special interest groups who are making policy, appointing people. CEC members who, our community who haven't elected a singular PEP representative who never represented us. There's some legislators in Albany, or even based in New York City, who made an appointment of Shino Tanakawa to the Board of Regents. Like when we get to the state level, it's even worse. There's even less accountability. I'm shocked that the governor doesn't have any say. It's like, who appointed Rosa, the education commission? I forget her full name. The one who canceled the Regents test. There's no accountability at all. That's even worse. So what I'm realizing is, like, I had a bitter pill for more than 4 years, 6 years with de Blasio, but I knew that once he's finished, then we can have our city's education policy, at least with budget control, set by a mayor that I had a chance to elect and people had a chance to elect, and then that's it. But now they're diluting it. Now these faceless bureaucrats and politicians who I didn't vote for, I didn't have a chance to vote for, now is making my policies that affect me, putting more people in the CECs, making it very, it's too big, unmanageable as it is, even making it worse. So, I've changed my mind about mayoral control. So you can say me. I didn't like mayoral control before, but after I see what, with de Blasio gone, we have a chance at it. Now they're taking it away. They're playing both ends of the stick. So this is my whole thing is like, we have a mayor who the majority of people voted for, who has a great plan for education. Chancellor Banks has listened to us like I've never experienced. We don't always agree, but for the most part, he has really great ideas and vision. The dyslexia thing, my gosh, it proves that we need to assess every child for learning needs, just like G&T. High ability students as well as struggling readers need to be assessed, to be identified. So that's why I support this. And I would like to leave the notion that people feel that there is a bit of racism towards the mayor and Chancellor Banks. I wouldn't want to change that. Thank you.
We're discussing the motion on the changes.
So
what did
for me, there's no motion to delete.
Okay.
Having gotten.
Can I? Oh, I can't say anything about it.
Yeah, and I have my.
We didn't finish it.
Okay.
Waiting if there's a motion or not.
I just said I wouldn't make a motion to delete. People can continue to discuss, but.
Yeah, well, we can still discuss the resolution, but if there's no motion, then the motion, okay,
my motion
no longer on the table. So,
but the motion to add was seconded.
So the motion, so there is a motion to add.
Wait, motion to add what? Motion to add.
Motion to add this whereas.
Okay, is it, because I would prefer to take out the last statement with regards to race, because I do think it's misplaced. I get what you're trying to say, but why does everything have to, have a race component about it? It's like, I think without that sentence, you get your point across.
Do you want to make a motion then? I mean, we got one motion first. Let's deal with one motion
We
at a
can move
time.
things along. I think
Yeah.
we should do that.
Let's all right. There was a motion to add this. All right, I'll clarify. Let me withdraw the previous motion just because it.
Okay, so there's a motion to add. Is there a second?
Can I just clarify that motion? I withdrew, which I withdrew. So the motion to add is to add this whereas clause. And this resolve clause having to do with the 12-member CECs. And these minor edits regarding per child.
Yeah, point of order. We were discussing the amendment. So it was a motion to amend would include either removing or adding. You're going to do all of them at once. We can't go like, you don't want to. Well,
I just think this is less controversial. Let's get it. So
No, that was my point.
I did want, but I did have something to say about that. So do I just, because you guys have decided to move on, I don't get to speak on?
There's no move on.
We haven't moved on. We're still discussing.
Yeah. Can you put, Councilmember Doss, can you put these additions in the chat to make it a little bit easier to read? So we can have them all in.
I have not been able to copy and paste into chat.
I haven't.
Robin, this is shared with you, and Chen, it's shared with you, and Ben, it's shared with you. Can one of you guys drop it in?
So maybe in the meantime,
okay.
Ben, can Lupe speak? So we.
Yeah. Well, actually, Len has his hand raised, and then Lupe.
All right.
So, but are we talking about the question of removing? Because I just want to respond to what Robin had said. So Kush made his motion, but at the same time, he also asked Chen and Robin to respond, which they did. So my question is,
which is why I withdrew it.
So I am in favor of keeping it, but I'm okay with removing it if it'll help move this meeting along.
Yeah, I just want to respond. I don't care. I mean, Mayor Adams may think that and believe that 100% in his heart that there's systemic racism with regard to 2 years versus 4 years. I recognize that and I acknowledge that. But that, again, is a personal, I'm tired of people constantly talking about systemic racism. I think that's one of the things that we have talked about again and again, that shouldn't necessarily drive policy, this perception of systemic racism. So I guess I'm kind of in what Lynn was talking about, what Janie was talking about. That's kind of what I'm getting at, that it's just that I don't care who says it. It's just, I don't think policy should be driven by whether or not people feel that there's something's racist. And people may disagree with me, but that's just my personal feeling. I think we should do things based on logic and not bring all this other stuff into things. But that's just my thoughts.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, I wanted to address, I actually would like to just say that you guys including the fact that systemic racism exists in this resolution, at most I don't have a problem with that per se. What I think bothers me the most is the lack of acknowledging that same systemic racism that does exist. And unfortunately, people of color have to deal and cope with this every day. We don't get to say, oh, I get to put it aside and I only am going to use my logic today, because unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. We don't have that privilege. We don't have that choice. We are faced with it every day. So if you do decide to include that in your resolution, great, but also acknowledge that same systemic racism that exists within the DOE system, that exists within society and in this country, And we have to be able to address that. We can't cherry pick when systemic racism is fitting for your policy and decide to use it today. And then when we're talking about a book and recognizing how it acknowledges the systemic racism that exists, pretend that that does not exist anymore. So be consistent. That's it.
Definitely have a response to that. I'll let others go first, though.
All right, this is, she made Councilmember Hernandez made a comment. Councilmember Das, if you want to make a response, and then I want to move on with the motion because this is taking too long.
Okay. First off, again, I was very clear in my wording, chosen carefully. I did not say there was systemic racism. This is that many Black leaders, including Mayor Adams herself, and as Robin Keller pointed out, that's how Chancellor Banks said he felt. This is not something that, and as I pointed out, is what I heard from other Black leaders who were at the rally. I did not say I felt that way. To be further clear, there is absolutely a difference in systemic racism when you have a bunch of predominantly white state legislators legislating against a Black mayor versus the DOE, which has for the past several years been run and had the majority of its senior leadership positions filled by Black and Hispanic members. So I don't think the two are equal at all. But again, I actually did not interject my own personal opinion in this. It was something that was expressed by others. Probably made my point for me, though. I'd rather leave it out to be misconstrued. That's fine. And regarding the book was also not specific in explaining the systemic racism, just attributed racism to whites unilaterally without regard for the history of this country versus other countries. In fact, I find it very ethnocentric in assuming that it's this country and out of place in New York City, which is a high proportion of immigrants and foreign nationals. So to tie all that home. If we're done, I'll make the motions, but only if we're done.
Yeah. I'd like to move on. So let's what motion? Let's do one motion amendment. A motion.
Okay.
One motion to amend the resolution 200. Do you have?
Yeah, I'd like to make this addition.
Okay.
One whereas regarding to CECs and 12 members.
Okay.
I'm removing this sentence in the last whereas regarding systemic racism. I'm adding a therefore regarding the CEC membership, and then 2 minor grammatical error edits. Okay. Should be non-controversial.
All right. All right. Councilmember Janey, can you take a roll call?
We need a second.
Somebody needs a second.
Oh, yes. Is there a second? Yep.
Second.
Okay, there is a second.
Okay, we're voting on the motion to edit resolution 201 per Kashish Docs' description and what we see in the document right now. So basically, adding 2 whereases, cleaning up some grammar, and taking out the last sentence with regards to Chancellor Banks' reference. Robin Roshi.
No.
Kashif Das.
Yes.
Daniela Souza Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
No.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Ben Morton.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
Abstain.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lily Wu. Is Lily on or do we?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. And Gabriella Calabia. I don't think she's here. We have 8 yeses. So the motion to edit 201 passes.
Councilmember Doss, can you unshare your screen?
Well, are we going on to 201? Probably. Well, fine. I'll unshare it for discussion purposes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So are there any questions or comments and discussion? Well, actually, are there any remaining questions about Resolution 200 as amended? Okay. So then we move on to Resolution 201 that was added to tonight's agenda. Are there any questions or comments?
Sorry, are we on 201?
Councilmember Igorov?
Yes, I'm happy to go first. So I will be voting supporting this resolution. I want to explain why. The problem with the class size bill is that it's a one size fits all, right? And so there are schools that have very small class sizes because there are not enough families who wanted to send their kids to those schools. And there are schools that have very high class sizes because so many families wanted to send their kids to their schools. And there are some schools that we know would benefit from lower class sizes, but this bill, it just treats every single school as a one size fits all, and it would really be damaging to schools in our district that have high class sizes because every single seat's filled because there are so many families who wanted to send their kids there. And I really want to make sure that people understand the impact of this bill with the declining enrollment and the budget consequences that are happening. They're not budget cuts, they are budget consequences. When you lose enrollment, there is an impact in your budget. That would mean even harder for schools to adapt to this new budget reality, right? And so I don't want to get a smaller class size. I'm very happy with the high quality education that my son is getting at PS 77. And I would prefer to stay there with very high class sizes than going to a school that doesn't provide that advanced education, that accelerated curriculum, but would offer smaller class sizes. And so I think that's what is the problem of this bill, is just a one size fits all. And I just want to share, just for people to understand, I want to share 2 links here. So the DOE budget, it's now $38 billion, right, this year. And I'm going to put here the link so everybody can check. The budget of the DOE has been consistently going up over the last decade, while enrollment has consistently going down, right? And I'm going to put here another link that shows from the Independent Budget Office, the enrollment trends. It does not include this year yet, but people can see this. A lot of this is an impact of the policies that the city has implemented, right? When you effectively eliminate G&T in middle school, when you have the problems that we're having with high school placements, when you close the schools for that long amount of time, people will find different options. And that's what has been happening. Ben mentioned that in our meetings with Superintendent Kelly and with the DOE officials, we have been begging them, what do you think is going to happen with our middle schools? There's going to be very few children left in our district if you don't start really offering the education that families have said they want. And we see this continuously, even today, when they are allocating students. They are not, the enrollment office is not filling every single seat in schools that are very demanded, just to keep, some other schools that nobody wants to go to open. And so I really want to make sure that people understand the impact of our policies in our enrollment and now the consequence in the budgets. This bill is just going to make it even harder. It's a one size fits all. It doesn't serve our students, and the governor should absolutely veto it. And I'm glad to vote in support of this resolution to help put pressure on that.
Councilmember Silverman. Thank you, Councilmember Igor.
So I'm going to try to be brief. I know I've yapped a lot tonight. I am going to be supporting this bill, but I just want to state my position. So for years, I have continually supported lowering class size. I can tell you that I voted on CPAC for resolutions to lower class size. I have been a strong supporter because I do believe the central tenet that smaller class size does make a difference. And on the school surveys that I filled out for my 3 kids over the last 12 plus years, I've always, when you give you the option to check one thing, I've always routinely checked smaller class size as being the thing that I think is an issue or the thing I'd like to see most change. I forgot how the question is worded. That being said, as was pointed out before, and I don't know if anyone has really gone into this, we can't afford this. We can't afford this resolution because I've read estimates. I'm sorry, we can't afford this bill because I've read estimates it's going to add at least $1 billion by some accounts to the cost of the cost of the DOE budget. So that's one thing. Second, we have an era of declining enrollment. Now, enrollment is not universally declining even throughout our district in every school. I can tell you 158, I haven't seen the numbers that you might have, for example, of a bigger decline at schools such as PS6, for example. But nonetheless, we're in an area where there has been a significant decline in our district. And I think that should be examined and addressed before we start rigging things and making changes such as mandating reductions in class size. Reductions in class size, I'm in favor of, but it has to also be done right. It's not a question of then just hiring teachers who aren't experienced to make up the difference, and then also having that come at the expense of other programs. So I am supporting this resolution. I do believe now is not the time for this particular bill as drafted. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure that class size is reduced, but in an effective way that's targeted, doesn't blow our budget out in an era when I'm hearing schools in our district are losing hundreds of thousands of dollars or are going to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars to not be able to pay for basic things. So that's why I'm voting for this resolution, which some people may feel is contrary to my positions in the past, but I still believe in reducing class size, just not the way that this bill provides for.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Len Silverman explaining your stance. I did put in the CECD2 unanimously passed resolution regarding class sizes. I wanted to also kind of highlight the fact that Leonie Hemson, who's been one of the fiercest leaders that's led the first lawsuit, including some of the people that you included in the resolution. She wrote back even to all of us. And I just want to point out the fact that since last fall, her, as well as myself, have been asking for our council to allow her to present the class size matters bill, the one that never made it to vote in the fall, and then the one they had been working on this spring in the beginning of the school, beginning of this year. At no point was that time ever allotted to her. But then this resolution was brought, and I do understand the late hour being that this legislation just decided on this bill recently. But I want to bring to the public's attention, and Len pointed it out, the fact that this was and has been the #1 issue in several years in a row, especially in our district. And I can provide those for you, those results, but I have exact numbers to show that the majority of families in our district were definitely in favor of this. I would also like to point out that the funding that sounds like it seems to be the biggest concern is that funds had been allocated, and they were allocated through the foundation aid, which came through also the contract for excellence, a little bit of what we heard. And as we heard, that pot of money is, you know, allocated to the schools, where the schools are able to use that money if allocated enough, because I have heard in the past that some schools, and this is the reason why the class size bill was not enacted sooner, was because some of the schools did not receive enough of the funds to be able to hire a whole nother teacher to reduce those class sizes. But these funds that have in this most recent, they would be perpetually increased. So it's not just a one-time fund. In fact, we're in the 1.6 billion, I believe it's a phase in of 5 years. I believe we're in the 3-year of that phase to get the total increment. And the city also said they would be looking into the fact, because according to, if you audit, the money is there. There is federal stimulus dollars, there is COVID dollars, whether they release them, and they should have been, because we only have this last year up until 2024 to be able to use those funds, but they were not all released. So it's allocation of the budget. The money is there to reduce the class sizes. People want class sizes. The idea that class size is a one size fits all is one, it's what Councilmember Daniela brought up about she would rather her child be in an accelerated classroom with larger number of students with a great teacher. We, as we know, and I think most of our council members know, those seats available in getting the education that you are describing is non-existent for a majority of the students in our city as well as our district. Reducing the class sizes will allow for teachers to be able to better differentiate and provide the one-on-one support needs that some of these students would definitely benefit from. This is something that every student would be able to benefit from, and not just those that are awarded a screen school seat or an accelerated classroom or a GNT classroom, because as we know, that's a scarcity model. We need to reduce the scarcity model. I think I've heard you guys say that plenty of times. And this is one opportunity and one way that we are able to reduce the class sizes to be able to allow teachers to provide a better sound education to all of our students. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelleher.
Yes, just curious, Lupe, why you're bringing up Leonie. I don't believe she's a public school parent in District 2, for one. I also think she runs Class Size Matters, which I'm curious if you know who funds that. Just curious. Because I believe that the biggest beneficiary of this proposal is the teachers and not the students. And so I don't think we should be taking advice.
Can you give me some sites, some resources of where you're getting this information from?
I don't think we should be taking advice from someone not on our council when we're discussing something that comes straight from parents. And we're talking about, we just had a report from Kelly about like horrific numbers for budget cuts, and students are going to be the ones to suffer when we lose our literacy supports, and yet we're somehow trying to come up with some money to even further shrink these class sizes. It just, I guess, economically speaking, and I'm trying to understand how this all works and where Leonie might be coming from. So just curious about that.
All right.
Then I have no
Did
further.
she want me to respond? I wasn't sure if she was wanting me to respond or not.
If you have the knowledge, then please do.
Well, I will say that someone like Leonie, who has been doing this work tirelessly beyond it being just about her child, and I will say, like some of us, it goes beyond just her being a parent. She kept doing the work after her kids graduated because she saw that this issue was still a problem. It's advocates like that that are doing this work selflessly for these kids. And it's a shame that you would even discredit her for not being a D2 parent, because this isn't about just District 2. It's about New York City students, all New York City students, all of whom would benefit. She does not have some hidden agenda, and this is not personal.
Councilmember Broshi.
Yeah, I just, I've been on the council for a really long time. I'm actually not that exercised about class size, but oh my goodness, this is always what we hear about from parents. If we're talking about like representing what parents want small class sizes. I understand the bill's not perfect. That's always how these things go. It's never perfect, but when you turn down an opportunity, it doesn't come back. Because the message that goes out is that nobody cares about class size, even if there's nuance to why this isn't the perfect implementation of it. So look, I'm the first person to say that I'm the first person to not like count some numbers and claim a mandate of the people of the district. But some of my other council members do feel that way. And there's no way parents in District 2 don't want reduced class sizes. And for the, I don't know, 90% of parents in District 2 that don't have kids in G&T, they don't care if G&T program goes away so that their kids could have smaller class sizes. So I support you guys in the sense that like you have a principle you believe in, and that's paramount. And I get that. But like we should dispense with this. This is what the District 2 parents want, because this is not what the District 2 parents want.
Can I speak? Anybody else?
Yeah, but she had her hand up raised first.
Okay, go
Councilmember
ahead,
Janey,
go
she
ahead,
might
go
be
ahead.
frozen or no.
Oh, no, I'm here. I'm just,
Okay.
I'm running out of energy. You know what? I'm suspicious. Anytime things are done very quickly without a lot of detail, there's something missing. The numbers don't work. I'm supporting this resolution, not because of some philosophical, I believe in this, believe in that. It's just, you know what? There lacks the details. The budget numbers don't work. I don't trust the funding is going to be there, because what's going to happen is you're going to get smaller class sizes and the funding is not going to be there. And then the end result is going to be a negative result. It's not going to be the indifferent result. It's not going to be the same result. It's going to be a worse result, and it's going to impact our kids. So I'm not saying that I support smaller class sizes, but I want to see more details before I support, a legislative plan to do this.
All right. Councilmember Kwok and then Councilmember Doss.
Not all that glitters is gold. Small class sizes sound nice. And I think there's nothing wrong with wanting small class sizes. But we have to look at what's the trade-off, what's the cost, and compare it to what are the solutions and what their costs and what their trade-offs look like. And I also look at the motivations behind automatically running to small class sizes by people who have, for the longest time, have been proxies or shills or people who I suspect of working for the teacher unions, because this in effect really, without looking at alternative better education options, what it does is increases the number of teachers and union teachers and the dues. And I suspect, people like Leonie Hamesen's motivations, because she doesn't talk about academic improvements. She just talks about small class sizes. She doesn't talk about supporting Black and Hispanic students because she's against school choice, which have given Black and Hispanic students much better options than the bad local schools that are in their neighborhoods. So, you should, this is the reasons why I really suspect the motivations behind this whole bill. And all the politicians that are supporting it, John Liu, who is a co-sponsor, he's calling for charter school caps. He's calling for changing how the governance of charter schools are done by having a more restrictive manner. So I'm sorry, but all this makes me very suspicious that there are ulterior motives that are not in the interest of students. So here the independent and watchdog nonprofit CBC, which is a Citizens Budget Commission, has already wrote a letter to Governor Hochul urging the veto of the class size bill. It says that the spending would be outrageously high for very little benefit. There's not enough money for it. It would also doesn't have accountability, and it makes our city the odd district, odd system out of the whole state, and it doesn't yield the desired benefits. That there are some cases it might, but some cases, a lot of cases, it still doesn't. While we bankrupt our system and rob our system of other worthier, less costly, quicker to implement education improvements. So, have you tried to build a school building? We've been trying in Queens to, alleviate the overcrowding. Has it been done yet? How many decades? The money we have had 531. Now I want to make a correction to Councilmember Hernandez. That $531 million was from the C4E, had started in 2011. We didn't get the full amount, but we did get some. We've had that money, which one of the uses could have been used for smaller class sizes. But what did the people do? What did the powers that be, the teacher unions who have so much power, did they call for smaller class sizes when they had the funding to do that? No. So why is it all of a sudden they want to do that? We have so many shortfalls in enrollment and budget cuts now at so many schools, and we're going to be losing teachers. You're going to bank up the system, and you're going to even lose even more teachers, because you know what's going to happen? You're going to have teachers teaching in empty classes, and it will be a mockery of our financial governance and fiduciary duty to have that happen, and to have a mockery for $40 billion school budget that still can't teach its students how to read and write, and to have more money being spent for no good results that's not reliably delivered. So I vote no. I support this bill to say no to the bill, and for Governor Hochul to veto the small class size bill. Thank you.
Councilmember Doss?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick, but this is important and all. Regarding, I don't know whose comments addressed first. Regarding the fact that we fight for things when it helps our kids, strongly disagree. My child is out of G&T and is in middle school, yet it's been one of the strongest pushes that we've made this year. Several of the council members in the same boat. Some council members don't even have kids in G&T. Same for high school. Many of us don't have kids in high school. Many of us have kids that are exiting the system because of changes they've had in middle school and high school, and yet we still continue to fight for them because we believe it's what's right. Is it a bill that isn't perfect? No, it's beyond it isn't perfect. It actually isn't funded. It really isn't funded. As for Leonie, I am extremely suspicious of her motives. Some may have hinted at them, but yeah, I believe she's pro UFT and controlled by UFT. Beyond that, whether or not that can be proven is irrelevant. I was absolutely against her presenting at D2 because she did present at CCHS, which many of us were at. I was there. They hosted that presentation, and by the majority of their council members, it was a waste of time, and that was my opinion as well. She also came to Class Size Matters, also came to CEC1, and it was not a presentation of Class Size Matters, but an anti-charter presentation. I had no interest in having any of this presentation in our council. And I told our president so. I was not the only one. Lastly, yeah, I will be suspicious of her who does not have a child in the system, who went to private school herself and has a kid in private school. I don't want her advice. That being said, there are some amendments that I've made to the document to address some of those concerns, because I agree that it could have been clearer. And again, please bear with me, but it is important and addresses the comments that people have already made. And because they're a little more in the weeds, I have shared it with all of you. So if you check your email, you should have a notification and a link to the document to view. But I'll try to be as quick as possible in sharing. And these are suggested amendments that, again, address concerns that were brought up. One, these are minor, physical space, is whereas in these high schools and other high demand programs, towards just high schools, and then this addresses some of the concerns. Whereas the class size mandates will disproportionately harm New York City's families and students. 58% of New York City classrooms already meet the class mandate. Most of them are already in under-enrolled, underperforming schools. Instead, higher class sizes are in growing communities, popular programs, and outperforming schools. Class size reductions will come here. Meanwhile, underperforming schools will continue to be abandoned by families that have alternatives, even if it means long commutes, going to charters, or homeschooling. Trends in our district do support that. Whereas most in-demand programs, I added to the list Regents classes and dual language programs, which was mentioned by one of the parents and a member of the Admissions and Diversity Committee. Imposing in mandates will limit access to in-demand schools and programs. To address one of Daniela's and Robin's comments, whereas in particular, class size reduction would immediately reduce G&T classes, which Mayor Adams and Chancellor Branks just recently vowed to increase in response to parent demand. Additional, where this is specifically speaks to funding and some of Leonie's comments. This, whereas I just deleted the last part, I ended with John Liu is not a plaintiff in the lawsuit. This is the most important part. Whereas, more importantly, the prevailing lawsuit to the matter is not CFE, Campaign for Fiscal Equity, but NYSCR, New Yorkers for Students' Educational Rights, which is the more recently settled case on October 14th, 2021. Plaintiffs for NYSCR, which is actually the lawsuit that forced the payment of funds, were not included or consulted in decision-making. These plaintiffs include Mona Davids, Sam Pirazzolo, Sonia Jones, the New York State School Board Association, and several CCs, including us. Whereas there seems to be a misconception that settlement is per year and/or class size reduction is fully funded, including from Senator Liu's office. In the 2021 settlement, class size was not one of the issues discussed. Furthermore, the plaintiffs in the state agreed to put the case on hold on the condition that the state lawmakers honor their commitment to phase in the remaining $4.2 billion, of which $1.6 billion is allocated for New York City, increase in annual funding required to fully fund the foundation aid formula. Sorry, it is not annual funding. Funding required. Whereas if the state follows through, the case will be dismissed. If not, the plaintiffs will be able to continue litigation and seek an expedited trial to secure the promised funding. The lawsuit is not over. It is on pause. If the money is not received, the trial proceeds. Only parent that deposed so far is Sam Pirazzolo. Mona Davids was next, and their statements can be read here. You can go through the whole thing. The link is there. It is not fully funded. And therefore, I again disagree with the comments made by, sorry, blanking on her name for now, Leonie. And those are the additions. But in most importantly, the prevailing lawsuit is the more current one, and those parents were not consulted in any way. Can it be done by the state in absence of their wishes? Absolutely, but we have the right to demand a veto, and those parents have the right to continue their lawsuit if the state chooses to do so. So it's pretty clear to me. And again, I discard what Leonie has said on the above reasons. I also would make, if people are done discussing, I would make a motion to make those changes as well, as clarifying to the document.
Is there a second on the motion to amend 201, Resolution 201? There's a, okay, so it's been seconded. Does anyone want to make a comment on the amendment to Resolution 201, a motion to amend Resolution 201. No, all right. Council Member Janey, can you take a
Yes.
vote on the amendment to the motion?
We're voting on the second motion to amend resolution 201.
Well, no, this is the first one. The other one was 200.
Oh, I'm sorry. The first one was,
Resolution 200.
okay, motion to amend 201. Okay, Robin Broshi,
No.
Kaushik Das,
Yes.
Daniela Igorov,
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez,
No.
Robin Kelleher,
Yes.
Chen Kwok,
Yes.
Benjamin Morton,
Yes.
Ush Manil,
Abstain.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman,
Yes.
Lily Wu,
Yes.
and Gabriella is not here. Okay. The motion to amend 201 passes with 8 yeses.
So the motion has been approved. Are there any comments or questions regarding the amended Resolution 201? If not, then we can move to the second session, public speaking session.
Stop sharing.
You can, yeah, you can close share.
And to remind everyone has a copy for viewing purposes in their inbox, which I know doesn't serve the public, but it's why we shared screen.
Okay. All right, so let's start the second public speaker session. And we put in the chat box. Just 1 second here. All right, Randy Hauk will be the first one up. 1 second, Randy. I don't know if he's still on. I don't see him. All right. Let me try Jennifer Ross. Okay, Jennifer's up. All right, Jennifer, please unmute yourself and welcome back. And thank you for being on with us for so long.
Thank you very much. I am still here, but I'm going to yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Tamura R, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, guys. I would like to speak against, I don't even remember the resolution because it's so late now that we're finally getting to talk. I want small class sizes. I'm one of so many District 2 families who've been waiting for, 15 years since 2007 when the Contract for Excellence was passed by the state. You represent us. You need to represent us. The things that I hear and the things that I'm hearing tonight aren't representative of any school that I've been a part of in the district, outside of the district, that my son attends. Our liaison has not even talked to us. Every single parent at our school wants smaller class sizes. And as an educator myself with over 20 years of experience from elementary school to ICT, to honors classes, to prisons, to shelters, to NYU, I can tell you 1 less student, 5 less students makes a huge difference, not just on my ability to teach them well, but for them to learn and for them to grow and for them to actually build community within the classroom, which keeps them safe, by the way. I can reach out to them one-on-one. I can know which students need a mental health referral when we're talking about safety and prevention versus locking kids up in schools. I mean, that's a preventative measure. That doesn't happen when you have a huge amount of students in a classroom. Students get ignored, students get alienated, students don't feel like they're a part of the class. But when you have small class numbers, you can actually collaborate. Violence goes down in schools, bullying goes down in schools, fighting goes down in schools, achievement goes up, social achievement goes up, and students are reached. And they feel like they're seen and they can learn. And you need to have that. It's essential. So this isn't something that just popped up onto the radar, you guys. This has been 15 fucking years. Sorry for the F word, but we were promised this. You're our representatives. I know only 90% or whatever, 90% of the district didn't vote for you, but you're what we have. So please listen to us when we tell you how important this is and look at the data. It goes back to 1970s. I mean, you can track the data. The studies that you gave us are not even representative of what's been done on the subject. And now is the time. We have the money and we also have the space.
Thank you. Next one up is Mona Davids. Please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
You're muted, Mona.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry about that. It's late and I'm tired. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to address the CEC. My name is Mona Davids. I am a public school graduate. My daughter, my 24-year-old daughter went to public school. I have a 14-year-old that's entering the 9th grade. I am also a plaintiff in this lawsuit. This lawsuit, at no time in the almost 8 years of this lawsuit, in any of our conversations, in any of our discussions, in any of our group Zooms, was it ever discussed and said that this money must go to small class size. Never, ever. Even as recently as October, when we had another Zoom with Michael Rebell to discuss what happens next and how we want to see this money spent. Never, ever in that conference call was it discussed that this money should go to small class sizes. Small class sizes does not improve the educational outcomes of our children. Would it be nice to have small class sizes? Yes. But you know what matters the most? The quality of the teaching and the learning and the curriculum. When we had a meeting with Michael Rebell, our lawyer, on that Zoom conference call, we were very clear. We want that money to go towards COVID learning loss. We want that money to go to our students with special needs. We want that money to go towards other programs and support services and enrichment for our children who are suffering from post-COVID disorders and stress. So I'm here to simply say I am a plaintiff in this lawsuit. This money is not meant for small class sizes. We will oppose this money being spent on small class sizes. Our city, our children cannot afford this. And this is only benefiting the United Federation of Teachers. Nobody else, not our children and not our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mona. Anna Rojas, please welcome back. Please unmute yourself and welcome back.
Hi, good evening and thanks again for letting me share my concerns. My grandson is a student at PS 234. Again, we can agree that our children's education is our top priority. As an educational counsel, I don't understand why after decades of fighting for the reduction of class size, the recommendation now is for a veto. I'm at a loss. Anyone that has ever been in a classroom with 25 kids knows that, like a speaker previously, 1 student less, 5 students less. class size does matter. We know teachers will help reach our most vulnerable students. Why? Please vote no on the request for this veto. This is a very hard fought achievement, which deserves our support. Please, I keep hearing council members talk about good schools and bad schools. And it seems like they're fighting for, the privilege, the ones that already have the privilege. Most of the children that are going to benefit from small class size are not the students that are already getting the gifted and talented, the resources. So just please, again, go back to the drawing board. Small class size does matter. Thank you.
Just 1 second here. Thank you. Nicole Giacco, please, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Please unmute yourself. And welcome back.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. I just wanted to speak a little bit in support of class size reduction, as we've been speaking about for years and years and years. I have 2 kids, one's in high school, one's in elementary school. When my daughter was in elementary school, the entire school was over capacity. We were concerned about evacuations and fire drills, and we fought to get actually more another school opened earlier than was planned. She was a certain type of student. Even after that happened, they still had 27 kids in kindergarten and 32 kids first grade and up. The PTAs paid for teaching assistants, which a lot of schools who can do that do, because they do know that 2 adults in a classroom, 2 teachers in a classroom for 32 kids is better than 1. I don't think anyone can argue differently. Anyway, she was a certain type of student that was always like raising her hand in front of the class. And eventually I didn't really care so much about class size. However, I have a second child who is in elementary school now, and he is a different type of student. And this is after a couple of years of, dealing with COVID in school and out of school. So his class size right now is 21. With the budget cuts, it's going to be 32. And every now and then there may be another person coming in and out, because we have people coming in, students enrolling and then leaving all the time. So there may be more than 32 kids in his class. So I think that we constantly miss one of these things. In District 2, classes collapse all the time. And there are 32 kids in a class. And if PTA cannot pay for a teaching assistant for that class, then that teacher is, they're at a loss. If there are any behavioral issues in the class, if there's a lot of kids coming and going, that is not ideal. I don't think this is something that's really difficult to agree on. There's money. There is money. And if space is a problem, then get 2 teachers in 1 classroom with 32 kids, 2 teachers with the same degree rather than a teacher's assistant.
Thank you. Nina is not available here, so I'll move on to Gavin. Gavin, please unmute yourself.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak again. But unfortunately, I'm really, truly disappointed to hear some of the really angry vitriol directed against teachers by some of the members of this council tonight. And sometimes you say teachers union, but you often slip and just say teachers. But our teachers, it's true, our teachers benefit from smaller class sizes, but so do our students. And it's true that teachers unions work to better the working conditions of teachers. But our teachers' working conditions are our students' learning conditions. So making one better makes the other better as well. And in my own case at my school, during the pandemic, when we had distancing requirements in place, we did have smaller class sizes for a while. And it made a huge difference for my child and for his classmates. And our CEC liaison, the CEC liaison to our school would know that if she had ever actually come to our school. I also want to remind you that this council, that Uvalde on May 24th wasn't the only incident of mass gun violence in the last few weeks. On May 14th, a white supremacist walked into a supermarket in Buffalo and murdered 10 people for doing nothing more than being Black. So no matter how diverse New York City is, no matter how many countries we come from, white supremacy is still a thing in New York. So, and meanwhile, just 4 days before that racist violence in Buffalo, that horrific racist violence, we had this council, members of this council spent half of their meeting railing against an anti-racist book that probably most of them had never even read. Anyway, that's enough for tonight. It's very late and we all need to sleep. Thank you.
All right, Tunisia, I believe she's not here. All right, Rachel. Likewise, I don't see Rachel. Let me see Johan. Johannes. Yep, Johannes. Yep. Please unmute yourself.
And Ben, can you turn the chat off just in case? I don't know if
I
you've
thought it
done
was
that yet.
off, but let's see. It is off.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah.
Johannes Holman. I'm a parent of
Yep, welcome.
two children. I wanted to speak in favor of all three resolutions. First on 199, I just want to echo what everybody who spoke so pointedly said in support of that. Second, I would urge the council members to vote in favor of resolution 200. The legislation that was passed goes in the wrong direction by watering down mayoral control in New York City's public school system. First of all, the voters voted for Mayor Adams in large part because of his education policy. The appointed PEP members should be fully accountable to the mayor and to the borough presidents. They should be able to remove appointees who decide to go rogue. Secondly, Mayor Adams should have a 4-year mayoral extension, not 2. Also, the city should go in the direction of more direct input by parents and more accountability to the mayor. This includes direct election by parents, similar to the vote last year for the CEC elections, which was very successful. I do think that the high school family should be represented on the PEP. And finally, I agree with the earlier comments about that the comptroller shouldn't have a seat on the PEP. As previous speaker said, the comptroller has the power to audit the PEP. So I think that should be sufficient. Finally, with regard to the class size resolution, I would urge you guys to vote in support of that. I certainly feel that while reducing class size is a worthwhile goal, it has to be balanced in the context of a number of considerations, including the coming funding cuts. I think a reasonable person, yes, certainly lower class size in isolation or without regard to anything else, it would be worthwhile. But if it means cuts to other programs, if it limits the mayor's and chancellor's ability to manage the budget and the programs, then I think it could do more harm than good. So I'll leave it there, but I urge the council members to vote in favor of all three resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Cross, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hello, thank you very much for staying up so late. I'm a member of CCHS, but my comments tonight are my own. So first, I want to talk about 200, which is your resolution regarding mayoral control. I'm fully in agreement with what you're proposing. It is outrageous that CCHS, who represents a third of the students in the system, gets zero representation on PEP, zero. Okay, the argument has been made that no citywide council gets representation. However, CCSE and CCELL get to appoint people on various district CECs. CCHS does not. So this was a quickly put together resolution. It was really horse trading, poorly made, not real control. It's flawed all over. Thanks for opposing it. I won't speak too much about the class size matters resolution because this is really, you represent D2 parents and it's not my place to speak. However, we hosted Leonie Hameson in CCHS. I confirm it was a complete waste of time. Her motivations, I don't know what they are. For somebody who didn't send her children to public school, she certainly is very opinionated about class size matters. I wouldn't trust her with anything. And so thank you very much for opposing this program.
Thank you. Craig Slutskin, please unmute yourself and welcome back.
Thank you. So just on the PEP resolution, to Mr. Silverman's and Mr. Morden's points on the old school boards, the school board where I grew up, District 27, was selling principal positions partially based on ethnicity. They actually wanted less Jewish principals. So the superintendent worked with the FBI, believe it or not, to record all of this, and the entire school board was suspended by the chancellor. Granted, it was a long time ago, but the old structure was absolutely corrupt. On the issue of the controller, one of the speakers earlier said that the CEC members were using the CEC as a bully pulpit, so why shouldn't the controller? The difference is we elected CEC members to this, and this is their only venue to advocate. The controller already has his bully pulpit. And so all we're doing is giving him another. His job is literally to review and opine on contracts and audit the city. There's no need to give him another venue. If the PEP needs more fiscal training, have the controller's staff, the staff who has contract experience, help out. I agree with Ms. Egorov that this seems like a dilution of mayoral control, and I agree it's being pushed because who this mayor is. If it was Mayor Maya Wiley with 5 borough presidents they didn't like, I really do wonder if others would have a very different viewpoint on taking away power from the mayor. On class size matters, just to be clear, I'm not saying we shouldn't have smaller classes. I don't think anybody's saying let's have bigger class sizes. That would be great. But first, let's figure out what the impact is and how we address that. There is no plan to open more schools in our district. It's happening a little bit in Queens, but not nearly enough. Let's first have a plan. And with so many kids getting shut out of their desired high schools this year, reducing enrollment in those schools, which will have to happen, is an absolute insult. And this does shut kids out of AP classes, which many parents in D2 do want. 3 sections of AP physics of 32. Does that now become 3 of 25, which means 21 kids get shut out? On school safety, just the bottom line is it's important to be safe. Keep our children safe. Whatever we need to do, let's do, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanali Gupta, please unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. I have a question for Superintendent Kelly or any of the council members. And the question is, I'm puzzled as to why school administration seems to me a bit apathetic or less serious about the security issues than we all are. And I'll give you an example. Basically, as we get into the end of the school year, there's a number of family events happening at schools. And I noticed at my own child's school that the doors are, let alone locking or unlocking, the doors are wide open, swung wide open. And they're there that way, even once the parents are in the building, the students are in the building. And I don't understand why. So I'd like to, and actually I was late for one of those events. I pretty much went in uninterrupted into my school. Nobody checked my ID. My name was not logged into any visitor book. So I'm asking, I'm asking Superintendent Kelly, I'm asking the council members, why is this happening? Why are schools not following even the currently laid out procedures? That's one. And then, another stakeholder is our teachers. Safety affects their safety at workplace. And why is it that, at least from the outside, I don't see anything in the headlines about the UFT's stance on this? So I know there are some teachers on the call. If anyone is able to answer, just, what are the teachers' unions doing about pushing for more school safety? And finally, I will say, I actually feel extremely unsafe sending my child to school every day. I don't want to have that feeling. Every day when I take her to school, I'm worrying about her all day. And actually, this is one of the reasons why I can see myself wanting to move out of the system. And we're talking about people moving out of the system. I can tell you this can be one of the many reasons why you would see kids moving out of the system, because we're not getting the kind of comfort that we need to see our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's it for.
We had 2 more speakers sign up. It's up to you whether you want. It's.
I don't think Lynn, that's a translator, right?
Nadia Levy and Jean H.
Okay, Nadia. All right. 1 second. My apologies. Okay, Nadia, please unmute yourself and welcome back.
Hi. Yes, I just wanted to say, as far as class size, I really feel that we are all speaking past each other. Like we all want smaller class sizes. How is that not beneficial to the children? It's just the public school system has never been able to have smaller class sizes because of certain logistics. And I think it's really important to sort of make that change with all the logistics in mind and complete lucidity about what's going to happen when you implement it. And I really, physical space, I'm not even concerned about the gifted and talented programs or even my own, I'm always for the dual language programs. I'm not even talking about that, but it's literal space and rezoning and how is it going to work? I think there needs to be more clarity and just more transparency before making that kind of change. Otherwise, why wouldn't have public schools have had that the entire time? It seems reckless to make that change without having a plan and an organized delivery. That's what I wanted to say. But we all want smaller class sizes. It's super important. I want my children to have smaller class sizes. And another parent mentioned having an extra teacher in a class with, as opposed to separating the class into a smaller size. And I actually think that if there are enough teachers, that's a wonderful idea because it doesn't require more space. But I just don't know if that there are the resources for all of that.
Thank you, Nadia. Jean, please unmute yourself and welcome to CECD2.
Hi, everyone. I just want to make a couple of points on the mayoral control resolution. I think it's horrific that the state legislature would put this bill forward. Parents were really unhappy under de Blasio, and we voted on our feet. We voted for Mayor Eric Adams. He won the election. This feels like sour grapes. I want Mayor Adams, I want to give Chancellor Banks the opportunity to be able to put forward their plans. And as Councilmember Egorov pointed out, he's got some great ideas on literacy, et cetera. And I'd like to see that actually be given an opportunity to work. And having 23 PEP members, I mean, those meetings are crazy as it is. When there's a contentious issue, people are up till 1 or 2 in the morning, sometimes 4, with 15 members. What's it going to be like with 23 members? It's going to, the speaking time for parents and the public, it's going to be reduced. There's no way that we would be able to get through one of those meetings and not have it end until after midnight. I mean, even this meeting is going on forever. It just seems like a dilution of democracy and a dilution of how people voted, which was for the mayor to take control. I think that if people were concerned about Mayor Adams and how Chancellor Banks might perform or act, we could have given him a 2-year term or a 3-year term, not the full 4-year that Governor Hochul had put forward. But to add PEP members it just seems like a real dilution of what he's able to do. And I want to be able to give him that opportunity the same way de Blasio had that opportunity and I think personally failed. And that's why, we have a different mayor. on class size matters, I just want to point out the reality of what's happening in a lot of other schools. My child is in a G&T program. Normally it's maxed out at 32 students every single year. This year it's dropped to 22. That's what's happening. Parents are leaving the systems, families are leaving the system. The enrollment drop is enormous. This is actually a desired program in a desired school. So for it to drop this much, I think it signifies something major happening, and to take funding, as the plaintiff, Mona Davids, had pointed out, from something that was never approved. It just seems like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and it's going to hurt other programs. I don't have an issue per se with smaller class sizes, but it needs to be funded and not just taken from somebody that won a lawsuit. It's just that doesn't seem right at all. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And that concludes our second public speaker session. Now let's move on to the next agenda item of voting on the resolutions. Councilmember Janey can take.
Yes, we're going to.
Well, we have to make a motion. Councilmember Ushman corrects me every meeting about that, so not this time.
Move for approval of resolution 199.
Yes, I second that motion.
Okay, we're voting on resolution 199 to improve school safety. Robin Broshi.
No.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Souza Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
No.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Morton.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
Yes.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lily Wu. Lily?
See if she's
there, but she's muted. Can she?
Yeah. Yeah. She can. Lily.
Lily，你还在吗？这里你可以 unmute 自己吗？我们要投这个 resolution。
All right. All right, we'll have to move on.
Okay, it passes with 8 yeses and 2 noes.
All right. So that's passed and adopted by.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
I'm here.
Adopt 9 votes. Thank you, Lily. All right, so passed and adopted. All right, just before I about to say, let's move on to resolution 200.
Still good.
I move for approval of resolution 200.
Okay.
I second.
We have
Okay, we're voting.
As amended.
As amended. Oof.
As amended.
Voting on
As
resolution
amended.
200 as amended. Okay, Robin Broshi.
No.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Souza Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
No.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Morton.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
No.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lily Wu.
Yes.
Okay, it passes with 8 council member yes votes.
Move for approval of resolution 201 as amended.
Second.
Second.
Okay, voting on resolution 201 as amended, Robin Broshi.
No.
Kaushik Das.
Yes.
Daniela Souza Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
No.
Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Morton.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
No.
Lim Fong Sim, yes. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lily Wu.
Yes.
Okay, the resolution 201 passes with 8 yes votes.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Janey. So we have passed and adopted resolutions 199, 200, and 201. If people were counting, we started the year in July, our council year with resolution 169. So it's been a lot of resolutions. And speaking of a year, we have today meeting simplified meeting minutes. I don't know if we're going to have a business meeting or not, but I'd first like to introduce our CECD2 administrative assistant, Chanel Harry. She has been taking notes and minutes for our meeting and been doing an amazing job over the past few weeks that I've had the pleasure of knowing her joining the council. But she put together with the help of Janie, and we have a minutes to vote on. Simplified, we'll have more complex ones, I guess, for future. But Face did, speaking with Michelle Chang, she did approve the format that so we can use the following minutes. But first, I'd like to introduce everyone, all our council members, and Superintendent Cal McGuire to Chanel Harry.
If Chanel wants to resign
everyone.
after this meeting, it's perfectly understood.
No, I'm here for the long run.
Yeah, don't do that, Lynn, please.
Welcome, Chanel, and can I move for approval of the simplified minutes for the date range that has been offered?
And I just want to point out, I think all council members were emailed links to this, so you had an opportunity to adjust any errors, but I second the motion. Janie, if you could take one more vote, one last vote. Well, there might be one or two more.
Okay, we're voting to approve the amended minutes.
The minutes from July, the simplified minutes from July 2021 through May 2022.
Sorry. Okay. Approve simplified minutes. It was first and seconded. Robin Broshi.
Yes.
Kasha Das.
You're muted.
Kasha, are you there?
You're muted.
Approving.
Sorry, I did
simplified
approve.
minutes.
Yes, apologies.
Daniela Souza Igorov.
Yes.
Lupe Hernandez.
Approved.
I'm sorry, did you say yes? I couldn't hear her.
You did.
Approved, yes. Yes.
Sorry. Robin Kelleher.
Yes.
Chen Kwok.
Yes.
Benjamin Morton.
Yes.
Ushma Neal.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Leonard Silverman.
Yes.
Lily Wu.
Yes.
Okay, we are unanimous.
Passed and approved. And thank you, Chanel Harry, for putting that on our website and organizing that. And thank you, Councilmember Janey, for doing it, for putting that all together originally. So that was a big help.
I make a motion to table the business meeting.
Before we go to that, I have to say something here. We're missing one of our student council member. I'm not sure why she's not here today. I will reach out to tomorrow, but it's streaming. It's being recorded, so I hope Gabriella Calabia is watching, and this would have been her last day. Maybe she's graduating in the next week or two, I presume. But I wanted to say it was a pleasure having her on CECD2. And I think it was, it's wonderful to have a student join in our democracy here. So, and provide her input and experiences with us. So, thank you, Gabriella, and good luck to you and all your future endeavors.
Thank you, Gabriella, if you're watching this, and all the best.
Same here, and I hope Gabriella's asleep right now.
I hope she's out.
Or prom or something. But Kelly, can you let us know when you make a call for the next student member so that we can all amplify it within our networks?
Yep, for sure.
We just on that point, we have I might need to be updated, but we have a link on our website that from the previous student applicants, but where there's an application that you have to fill out, and then I guess we'll coordinate with the superintendent's office to further that.
Kelly, thank you for staying on until the end. It's a long night.
Long night, and I'm still here with the backpacks.
Well, we know
Make
that's
your
starting to
motion
talk
now.
to me.
the background, isn't it?
Starting to
Make a
talk to me.
motion to table the business meeting.
Yes, I second that heartily.
Wait, is there any new business though before we go to the business meeting motion? No. Okay. All right. So we have a second. We have a motion to table.
I second. Just so we're clear, we think that it's been extended, right?
Right.
It has been extended.
It has been
So that
extended.
would affect my answer.
To July 14th.
And I think others' answer. So yes, I second then.
If it gets passed, we just know we have to have the meeting in June. So, or presumably
let me
we
do
should
this.
have it in June.
Yes. Are there any no's or abstentions? Then I'm assuming everybody's yes for the motion to move the working business meeting to a later date.
In June.
All right. Well, this was a marathon, and we still have so we have 38 still participants in this meeting. To our community, thank you so much for being here. We heard a lot of comments, and thank you for all participating. And we hope to see you in July for our next annual meeting, and our calendar meeting. And before then, have a wonderful July end of school year, I should say.
Thanks.
Thank you to all the families still on who spoke. Thank you, everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Charnel.
Thank you, Superintendent and Assistant
Good night, everyone.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Good night.
Thank you, Kelly.
Everyone.
Everyone.
Oh, I got to stop recording.